Meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the May 28th, 2025 Eugene Budget Committee meeting. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm so thankful to everyone who is able to join us and participate in this process, committee members, the public, staff, everyone who's here to help us get to where we are trying to get and to help us make these decisions we need to make is deeply appreciated. I also want to recognize that not everyone in our community has the ability to be here and shares this privilege that we do of being able to be here tonight, and that in many cases, the decisions we may make tonight will potentially have the most impact on those least able to participate in the process. So please, everyone on the committee, always keep that in mind through all our deliberations. Thank you for joining us for this evening for the public hearing and our final deliberations regarding the 25-27 proposed biennial budget. Anyone wishing to access the meeting remotely can do so by watching the live stream on our Budget Committee webcast's website or by tuning into the broadcast on Comcast Channel 21. Tonight's meeting includes time for public testimony. Since this is a public hearing, comments will be accepted both in person and virtually. If you signed up to speak online, please use the Zoom link provided during registration and be ready to unmute yourself and speak when your name is called. If you wish to speak and have not already done so, please fill out a request to speak form on our Budget Committee webcast's webpage or in person at the entrance to the chambers. We'll accept request to speak forms until 5:35 p.m. These forms will be used to generate the random order of speakers and correctly enter speakers' names into the public record. The public hearing period is currently scheduled for 90 minutes in order to ensure the committee has time for deliberations. We encourage speakers to consider abbreviating their remarks. As a reminder, meeting rules of conduct apply to all attendees, both in chambers and in the lobby, and include no flags, signs, loud or disruptive language, noise, or conduct that obstructs the business of the Budget Committee. Please keep the room quiet and respectful for all speakers. You are welcome to wave your hands in support. Additionally, we encourage those that are ill or who have had close contact with others that are ill to join our meetings remotely rather than in person. We have masks available in the lobby if you need one. In case of a medical emergency, an automated external defibrillator, AED, is located on the counter behind the staff at the west side of the room. Emergency exits are through the double doors located at the back of the room and the double doors near the front of the room. First order of business is approval of prior minutes. Minutes from the May 21st meeting were in the packet sent out Friday, May 23rd. Has everyone had a chance to review those, and are there any recommended changes before we move to approve? Seeing no recommended changes, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Clark. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Leach. All in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hands and keep them raised so that we can get a clear count. I'm seeing 14 with 14 committee members at the table and none online at this time. Were there any abstentions? Anyone voting no? We have a 14-0 count. Thank you. The minutes are approved. We are now preparing to begin public testimony on the amended 25-27 proposed biennial budget. Those wishing to speak must register, there we are, 5:35, must have registered either virtually or in the lobby upon arrival this evening. The registration period has now ended. Comments should focus on the proposed budget at this time. The meeting moderator will be announcing 2 speakers at a time. When your name is called, please move forward to the chair reserved for the next speaker or to the speaker's table when it is your turn. Please leave any bags at your seat. If you have documents to give the committee, please place them in the basket next to the microphone. Moderator, how many speakers do we have this evening?
We have 41 people signed to speak.
All speakers should preface your statement with your name, city of residence, and for Eugene residents, your ward, if known. 41 is right on the cusp, but I am going to allow the full 2.5 minutes for each person to comment, although I do ask anyone who can be more abbreviated to do so. The timer will begin flashing red when you have 15 seconds remaining. When your time is concluded, the moderator will mute your microphone and move on to the next speaker. Please note that the use of profanity is prohibited, and any instances of profanity will result in immediate termination of speaking privileges. Moderator, please announce the first individuals registered for public comment.
Our first speaker is Miranda Carr, followed by Marty Wilder.
Hello. All right. My name is Miranda Carr. I reside here in Eugene in, I think it's Ward 5 that I reside in. So thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to address some concerns that not only impact my family directly, but also the broader Eugene community, a community that I care deeply about. First and foremost, I want to speak about the Sheldon Community Center, a true example of what meaningful community investment looks like. The individuals who work there are not only highly qualified, but also deeply compassionate and dedicated to the well-being of our children. I am both shocked and disheartened that the closure of this facility is even being considered. My family has relied on Sheldon Community Center for the past 5 years, and I can personally attest to the positive and lasting impact it has had on our lives. My children have grown up within its walls, and the staff have become trusted and cherished members of our extended support system. This community is already facing a severe shortage of affordable childcare options. Registering for childcare and city-run camps has become so competitive that I have heard it referred to as the Hunger Games. We've already felt the full effects of budget cuts over the years on childcare at Sheldon. Summer camps, which once ran a full week, have been reduced to Monday through Thursday. Transportation services that previously picked up students from other schools for after-school programs have been eliminated. Staff are only kept at part-time status, making it harder to retain the dedicated individuals who make these programs successful. And now the conversation has turned to closing the center altogether. To families who depend on it every day, you would be severely impacting a community that you are sitting here and representing. I also want to express my deep concern about the proposed closure of Amazon Pool, a place that is not only incredibly close to my heart, but a huge part of the community. I am part of this large and passionate community that not only loves Amazon Pool, but also depends on it. I don't believe the gravity of the decision is fully understood. Amazon Pool is a lifeline for countless individuals in this city. This space fosters physical health, emotional well-being, and a sense of belonging in community.
Thank you. Your time has concluded.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marty Wilder, followed by Michelle Perrin. Marty, you may unmute yourself now. Marty,
Hello.
you may unmute yourself now.
Hello, my name's Marty Wilder. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Marty.
I'm in Ward 2, and a friend of mine asked me to join the meeting today to talk about the Willamette Valley crisis care. And some of you may remember me from 2020 on the ad hoc committee for police policy. And at that time, there was a strong voice on that committee around supporting cahoots and at times recognizing that the police are not the best fit for the job and that we need a cahoots-like response. At the same time, the Community Safety Initiative was being unrolled and there were public listening sessions. Again, there was a strong voice saying we need more cahoots. It was during the defund police time. And again, it felt like the voices were undermined. Only to find out later that CSI was written in the code to be something that was supposed to support police, EPD. And even though the promotional material promoted cahoots, none of the funding went towards that. So this was disappointing, and I kind of checked out and put my energy other places. But I've been watching from afar, and I recognize that there were some things that were problematic around Whitebird in the mix. But now we have a wonderful opportunity with the Willamette Valley Crisis Care. We can hold to our unique Eugene-ness and continue to provide the kind of response that we need around crisis care. The reason why I feel like the police could never replace this, it's not about the van. It's not about having a mental health person with you. It's not about having a community service officer. The bottom line is whenever you do that, the primary focus is still law enforcement. Whereas with a cahoots-like response, the primary focus is consensual care. And we've seen evidence of police responding to
Thank you.
mental
Your
health
time
crisis.
has concluded. Our next speaker is Michelle Perrin, followed by Jojo Breslin.
Hello, my name is Michelle Perrin, and I'm an LCSW and an EMT. I'm a former Cahoots van worker and a clinical supervisor who began in 2016. I'm also one of the co-founders of Willamette Valley Crisis Care. Thank you to everyone tackling these challenging times and financial struggles. Thank you to our advocates and our allies. In these final moments before important decisions are made here are some thoughts. We spent a lot of time discussing existing services and the gaps. Specifically, how did Cahoots fit in, and can someone else do it? I'm saddened by this framework. We are trying to figure out who is the lowest common denominator to provide a basic service function. We as a community are being asked to pick from whatever is left after a financial battle. Why are we settling for just adequate when we're talking about comfort, compassion, competency, and empowerment in someone's most vulnerable moments? Crisis touches us all and respects no demographics. Although we didn't ask for this disruption in service, and it's created such suffering for the most vulnerable in our community, here we are. And we're faced with the opportunity for transformation. But transformation has to be built on a solid foundation. Your choices, your decisions can provide this. Not just for this fiscal year, but for generations. We're standing at a pivotal moment and all eyes are on us. 36 years ago, Eugene city leaders, your professional ancestors, made a brave decision to partner with my Cahootian ancestors and roll out a creative, innovative, and effective community safety program that's now honored throughout the US and beyond. I'm now standing here before you, having worked tirelessly and bravely with my colleagues to stand up Willamette Valley Crisis Care, lovingly known as Cahoots 2.0, to honor our ancestors. And I leave you with these questions. Will you now honor your city ancestors and bravely make the decision to continue to partner with us? Will this be a moment you can look back on with pride and honor? And will you be part of the continued legacy of the city of Eugene and Cahoots? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jojo Breslin, followed by Heather Anderson. Jojo, we don't see you as an attendee in Zoom. Please ensure your screen name in Zoom matches the name you used to sign up and speak. I'll call your name again after the next speaker. If you're still not here at that time, we'll move on to the next person. Our next speaker is Heather Anderson, followed by Juliera Baton. Heather, you may unmute yourself now.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Vinnis, council members, and budget committee. My name is Heather Anderson, and I live in Eugene, Ward 1. I'm a parent of 2 young children and a developmental psychology doctoral student. While I came to Eugene for graduate school, our family has decided to stay out of love for this community. I'm here because I'm extremely concerned about the proposed cuts to Cahoots, Green Hill Humane Society, the Eugene Public Library, and the Sheldon Community Center. I know that's totally all over the place, but like, it's everything. As downtown residents, we've called Cahoots a dozen times at least to assist people in crisis outside our home. Their calm, compassionate response keeps everyone safe and diffuses situations before police are needed. Green Hill provides an equally essential service. A close friend of mine fosters medically fragile feral kittens year-round. Green Hill routinely performs life-saving surgeries on her fosters free of charge, procedures that would otherwise cost thousands of dollars out of pocket. Without their support, her work would stop entirely. The library gives our family access to books and shared tools that we simply can't fit in our tiny townhouse. It's also a space where our kids can learn, explore, and connect with other kids in the neighborhood. The library provides numerous essential services for under-resourced members of our community. Cutting hours reduces these opportunities for everybody. The Sheldon Community Center is one of the few places in the area that actually offers affordable, high-quality childcare and youth programs. Cutting access to these services means parents are more likely to miss work and risk being fired and suddenly become part of the homeless population in our area because they can't find coverage. This leads to increased poverty and housing instability and ultimately reduces the very tax revenue that the city relies on. My own child is enrolled in 1 week of summer camp through the Amazon Community Center this year. Only one because it sold out in under 15 minutes. That camp includes 1 day each week at Amazon Pool, which is now slated for closure. The demand for these programs makes it very clear families are relying on them. We need more access, not less. I understand we're in a difficult position with our budget, but cutting the infrastructure that prevents crisis, supports
Thank you.
families.
Your time has concluded. Our next speaker is Jojo Breslin, followed by Juliera Baton.
Hi, I'm Jojo Breslin. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'll be kind of brief. I just wanted to speak on the importance of Cahoots. I think the city, it's imperative that they collaborate with, be it Willamette Valley Crisis Care now, or if that transitions into a Cahoots 2.0. It's one of the most important services that Eugene has to offer, and it needs to be funded, be it taking from portions of the CSI tax or from the EPD patrol budget or something of the like. I hope that it's something that can be done and ultimately incredibly important. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Juliera Baton, followed by Cameron Stringfield.
Hello, my name is Juliera Baton. My community calls me Jules, and I am a resident in Ward 2. I wrote something and last minute decided to scrap it, so now you just get to hear me freestyle. I am a solar punk writer, and I base all of my writing on what Eugene looks like in 150 years. And it is beautiful and vibrant and thriving and compassionate and glowing. And I know that there is a timeline where that exists, and what we decide today nudges us closer or further away from that timeline. With every dollar that we spend, we are placing a bid. Are we bidding for places where our children have places to go in the summer, where people have access to books and education, where people going through the hardest points in their life have kind, compassionate, reliable care to count on? Or are we bidding for more control, fewer resources? When we look at what keeps communities safe, when we look at what we actually need, policing is not the answer to everything. We need to keep, I'm sorry, I'm hearing things in the background, it's distracting me. We need to make sure that our kids have access to kindness and caring and resources so they don't go down pipelines where those aren't options. We need Cahoots. We need Green Hill. We need a library. You can't take those things away from us. We cannot abandon the legacy of Cahoots that inspired similar programs all across the nation. That is one of the main things that makes Eugene great. That's one of the reasons I came here, is because I saw something inspiring in this town and through Cahoots. We can choose kindness, and we have to, because everything else is falling apart, and community is what keeps us together. Thank you for my time.
Our next speaker is Cameron Stringfield, followed by Alicia Rabideau.
Cameron Stringfield. I live in Ward 7. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I didn't plan on showing up today. I'm currently losing my dog that I've had since I was 12. But then I thought about how many people are losing their dogs, their housing, their belongings, and their lives because of the loss of Cahoots and the prioritization of EPD by the city. So in my grief, I will summon the strength to still stand up for others. With the stormwater fee, the city may have saved the main services they threatened to cut, tentatively. But folks, don't allow the city to placate you. In 2 years, we'll be in the same budget crisis because of the MUPTI scheme and disproportionate EPD funding. They also didn't save anything. They lit the house on fire and then threw water on it and acted like they saved the day. Never forget, they threatened to gut our most needed services. Why did the city threaten to cut the services we all love and value and use and not EPD's budget? How many people have asked you in recent years to cut their budget? It seems like you value your police department more than our community. The multi-unit property tax exemption scheme will also put us in the same boat in 2027 unless it is ended. Why are we letting tens of millions of dollars go to ultra-rich landlords just to get a few million later? The math doesn't add up. What good does $1,600 studio apartments do for Eugene? We need low and no income housing, and MUPTIs don't even give us middle income housing as long as they pay 10% of their exemption. Councilman Zelenka pointed out that we have identical non-MUPTI buildings right next to MUPTI buildings. MUPTI isn't necessary, but you defend it. Why? Because you serve the business interests, and some of you may even directly profit from it. These people deserve to have that context. I'll show solidarity with Cahoots workers who would like to see their services fully funded by the city of Eugene. You haven't saved Cahoots yet. That's an important thing to point out. Why tie down the Lane County Mobile Response Unit here in Eugene? Why spend likely millions more for cops to sweep the homeless, arrest people trying to help them, and surveil every waking move of Eugene residents? Cut EPD's budget and fully fund Cahoots. To those who showed up today, keep showing up to these city council meetings, push them to end MUPTI, cut EPD's budget, and support Cahoots. And stop removing accessibility.
Our next speaker is Alicia Rabideau, followed by Athena Aguiar.
My name is Alicia Rabideau. I live here in Eugene in Ward 3. You've heard from me a few times. I am a crisis worker in EMT here in Eugene, formerly worked on the Cahoots vans. I want to add my voice today to acknowledge and share gratitude for the proposed budget change that happened last week, allotting some money, $500,000, I believe, to a new crisis response service, and ask you for more, and ask you for a fully funded, well-resourced crisis response to be put back in the hands of Cahoots workers and others who've been serving this community for decades. And to ask that that money be diverted from the EPD programs that are also being called crisis response services. And I just want to emphasize that it's how vital it is to have non-police response in mental health crises and related crises. And I've heard a lot of talk about service gaps, and I just want to contextualize us in a really critical national moment when service gaps are rapidly increasing. Everyone is talking right now about losing access to Medicaid and many mental health services and other free life-saving services that people are depending on. And I just think that the gaps that are being alluded to will only be increasing in these next weeks and months. I also want to contextualize this in a time when our president is rapidly expanding the power of law enforcement and ICE agents, and our community members are rapidly becoming less safe in those contexts. And so having a crisis response service that does not depend on police is extra important. And finally, I just want to bring back what someone has been mentioning at the start of every city council meeting, centering the people who aren't in this room. There are people who can't come in this room because they're afraid of ICE agents, they're afraid of the police who are in every room of this building. They can't sit here quietly for 3 hours because of mental illness or disability or what have you, and those are the people who most will depend on the Cahoots and aren't with us today, and so I really ask you to be centering them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Athena Aguiar, followed by Alex Chamberlain.
Hello. Councilors and Budget Committee members, my name is Athena Aguiar, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. $500,000 is not enough. Just so I have this right, this budget's for the biennium, right? So that means that's actually $250,000 per year. And what, the $100,000 from the community safety payroll tax? Does that gap funding renew? Do you think that's gonna be enough to run all of Cahoots? Sorry, I mean Willamette Valley Crisis Care for the next 2 years. Oh, everyone follow their new Instagram, it's at Willamette Valley Crisis Care. All one word. I saw this draft motion that increased alternative response by $4.5 million and reduced funding to volunteers in policing, vacant EPD positions, the drone program, and other police programs. I don't know if this is a real motion that someone is planning to make today or if that's just like Jacob's fantasy on paper, but if it's real, please do that. Thanks for listening.
Our next speaker is Alex Chamberlain, followed by Allison Hinter.
Thank you. I appreciate the difficult choices we have, so I'm going to propose 2 cuts and 3 revenue increases that are concrete. The first and largest of the cuts is a cut to the Cultural Services Fund, 31. This is the Holt Center program expansion. It is allocated $6.6 million right now, and I just don't think that's top of priority. The next one is we have allocated $1 million to meter replacements. I think with our financial situation, we can't do 1 for 1, and we have to do something more economical, like 1 meter per block. I've seen it in other cities. I want to look at ways to do this more efficiently. 3 revenue increases. The first one is the airport. One of our biggest advantages is that Eugene is a town people want to come to. This is great, and it takes money to keep it like this, and some of that money should come from the airport because the draw, the planes, it connects. Second increase, the parking structure permits. I've heard that there's a really, really long wait time, measured in months, to get a parking permit for the parking structures downtown. I don't love this option, but we have bad options to choose from. If we go to an auction, we can probably get more revenue from those parking structures and build better. I mean, they're poorly maintained right now. We can do stuff with that, good stuff with that. And the last one, the telecom registration fee. This is 2% right now, and I think we could bump it up to 3%. I don't think the telecom registration fee is a big part of my internet bill, so I don't think it's going to affect us very much. And it can help fund various downtown improvements because a lot of stuff these days involves the internet, and that's what that fee is designed to fund. Lastly, I just want to mention CSI Section D specifically mentions funding codes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison Hinter, followed by Kelly Clayton.
Good evening. I want to make a correction. First of all, my name is Allison Hunter. Currently, I live in Springfield, but previously I've spent quite a bit of time in Eugene since moving back here as a disabled traumatic brain injury survivor. I don't really have necessarily a speech prepared, but I had some key points that I wanted to mention. First of all, a child was standing outside with their sign the last time that I came here, a sign they took the time to make. Maybe that's the only opportunity they had to use their voice. And they weren't even allowed inside with their sign. So I wanted to tell you what their sign said. It said, "Ducklings need pools." This is very important for this community, just those 3 words that that child put on that sign. So I would urge us all to think about that. It's very important. I would also urge us to look at the liabilities created through the contracts that are currently in place, particularly with regards to law enforcement and security, third-party vendors and such. Law enforcement does not necessarily keep us safe or make us all feel secure. Overinflating and the aftermathing to make their work make sense does not compute. Officers who cannot or will not identify themselves are a liability and tarnish the badge, tarnish the oath. Classism does not make sense. Juxtaposition that. Toe tags for every life law enforcement security was unable to protect or unwilling to protect. Juxtaposition that. Emergency services that are broken, uncoordinated on purpose. Cahoots is irreplaceable. Communities demand support. We are surveilling your work. Put your money where your love is. Dig deeper. Audits. Audit the audits. Please, it is important. Police are not necessarily the linchpin of your community. The support for infrastructure, for children, for families, that is what makes communities feel safe. Please take that into account. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelly Clayton, followed by Jesselyn Perkins.
My name is Kelly Clayton of Eugene, and this is the second time I've spoken here in defense of the Green Hill contract and Eugene Animal Services. I'll spare you the emotional appeals. I trust that each of you has known the love of a pet and understands what's at stake. Instead, I'm here to speak plainly about the facts. First and most importantly, you cannot uphold Oregon Revised Statute Chapter 609 without animal service officers and a functioning shelter. The First Avenue facility has long been closed. Foster programs are constantly overwhelmed, and Green Hill is the only remaining option. But Green Hill cannot operate without proper funding. Next, if you eliminate Eugene's animal service officers, I ask, what's the plan? Will police take over? They're already stretched thin, especially if you defund Cahoots. Or will you hand responsibility back to Lane County? They currently do not operate within Eugene city limits, and they also rely on Green Hill. So what's the logic? Cut funding to Green Hill, then expect them to absorb the same workload with less support? That's not a handoff, that's sabotage. And of course, the county would charge the city for use of their animal services. So not only would this plan create chaos, it would likely cost us more, only to come full circle when you realize the legal and logistical mess that you've made and scramble to rebuild what you've dismantled. And it's not a sound plan. It's not fiscally responsible, and it's not humane. The proposed elimination of Eugene's partnership with Green Hill and our animal service officers is more than just a budget decision. It is a matter of life and death for the animals who depend on us. So please keep that in mind when you're at the chopping block. We cannot turn our backs on the most vulnerable beings in our city. Doing so would be illegal, immoral, and dangerously short-sighted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesselyn Perkins, followed by Sasha Violet Van Horn.
My name's Jesselyn Perkins. I live in Ward 1. I have broken faith with this body a long time ago, but I'm here because I care a lot about these issues and the people that are here in this room today and the city that I live in and grew up in. So here I go. These past few weeks, neighbors and community members have spoken from the depths of their hearts and experiences, pleading with people who have institutional power to preserve access to things like public pools, community centers, Green Hill Humane Society, compassionate crisis care that we had with Cahoots. If you need the numbers, I'm here for Cahoots. When you make sweeping cuts to the most generative and supportive things this city has to offer, things that we pay for involuntarily, by the way, people take it upon themselves to do research, to crunch numbers, to make a case for basic humanity being a good financial investment. Then you will save some of them, probably a pool and animal shelter coming in to save the day. And then we're supposed to think that you listen to us when some of them come back. But when you take 10 of something and then give 4 back, we still lost 6. And that's the pattern that goes on and on and on. We've continued our slow decline away from services that protect public health in favor of more surveillance, with towers going up seemingly overnight, grocery stores, corners. Our chief of police said we had 5 drones now. And at a time where our state and our federal governments are asserting their power over us more than ever, like, look in the mirror, figure out where you fit into that equation when you make it seem like a 37% police budget is normal. It's not normal. We shouldn't be accepting that as normal. It goes up and up and up. And it feels like you use the good faith of working class people who believe that you will listen and you perform compassion in public, and then you go on to ignore our needs and demands because you think we can't see what's happening and all these numbers are just far too complicated for working class people to understand, but we do understand. We see it happening, and we want more than a small slice of what we had before these cuts. We want meaningful resources that prevent harm and to become community networks of care so that we'll be ready for what's coming.
Our next speaker is Sasha Violet Van Horn, followed by Linda Ague.
Good evening. My name is Sasha Violet Van Horn. I am a renter in Ward 2 under Matt Keating. I don't have a prepared statement, but I wish to echo the concerns that pretty much every single other person has brought forward here. A budget is a moral document. Everyone standing in front of these barriers here probably has almost all of their needs met. When we make the choice to prioritize EPD funds over public services, we are saying it is more important to have state-sponsored violence protecting private property and keeping the undesirables off of your land or whoever business owner's land than it is to meet the needs of people in our community and ultimately get them to become taxpayers again. That's the silly thing, is that the EPD budget always goes up, and yet, you know, when you sweep a homeless camp, incarcerate a couple people, you're just costing more money, more human effort, more time. You could just provide public services that help meet people's needs, help them get situated, help them through whatever crisis they're going through, maybe rehouse them. You should be funding public housing projects, but that might not be a conversation for today. And it really is just upsetting because, like, there's a moral argument here. I'm a leftist. I believe that we have a responsibility to treat the unhoused with dignity and respect, even if they're going through crisis. But the silly thing is that it is fiscally responsible to provide these services because EPD does not prevent crime. Law enforcement does not prevent crime. When you meet people's needs, crime goes down. Thank you. I hope you all do the right thing.
Our next speaker is Linda Ague, followed by Jensina Hawkins.
Good evening, Council, Budget Committee, Manager Maderi, concerned citizens. My name is Linda Ague. I live in Ward 4 in Eugene. I have often come before you with requests, but I'll be out of your hair for June. So tonight I'll be here to say what I'm hoping is just a bit premature. Thank you. I have many official reasons to urge support for the Eugene Public Library, but I've always spoken before just as one citizen of Eugene. Tonight, though, I believe I speak for many people, animal lovers, swimmers, parents, children, and many, many, many lovers of our library who are happy to see the current proposal on the table. So in advance, thank you. Thank you for the many hours of no doubt frustrating meetings, the likely many sleepless nights, the helpless realization that no matter what was decided, someone is likely to be disappointed, and in many cases angry. It is, like most compromises, not perfect for either side. It does buy us some time to explore ways to systematically address the challenges of the Oregon tax system. Maybe it is time to take our questions and complaints to Salem. Until we can perform this major surgery at the state level, we will continue to be forced to apply Band-Aids to our budgeting cuts. I know this is not the last conversation we will need to have. There is always a struggle between the quality of life voices and the voices concerned with the bottom line. When I moved to Eugene in 1979, Eugene had one of the best school systems in the States. At national library conferences I attended, people sighed with envy when I told them I was from Eugene. In 1985, there was a returned Peace Corps volunteer conference here. People stayed an extra week just because they were so impressed with the cultural and outdoor opportunities here. That is the Eugene we want to see. That is the Eugene I hope you are working your big brains to create. Thank you for taking this step in the right direction.
Our next speaker is Jensina Hawkins, followed by Robert Parrish.
Good evening, Budget Committee, City Manager, City Attorney. Me again. I'm Jensina Hawkins. I live in Ward 8. Shout out Randy Groves. It is my honor to come before you tonight again as co-chair of NLC, otherwise known as the Neighborhood Leaders Council. The NLC represents Eugene's 23 recognized neighborhood associations and is where neighborhood leaders collectively work, communicate, and support the efforts of hundreds of volunteers across the city of Eugene. On behalf of neighborhood organizations, NLC wanted to give you a resounding thank you for listening to citizen comments diligently over the past few weeks. Thank you for seeing the importance of neighborhood associations, the Office of Equity and Community Engagement, and reinstating funds for neighborhoods. NLC also told me to keep this short. Neighborhood associations are the very definition of grassroots activism, an essential service to the residents of Eugene, and an integral part of Eugene's governance structure. We organize thousands of residents to work together with businesses, nonprofits, and city departments to address topics such as community safety, parks maintenance, homeless and housing, planning, transportation, and emergency prep. Eugene benefits from 100,000 hours of volunteer work every year by dedicated citizens across every ward and in every neighborhood. Eugene's neighborhood associations are the city's most prolific opportunity for public representation and have been for 50 years. We would like you to consider having an informed representative from the Neighborhood Leaders Council on the suggested Citizen Fiscal Stability Advisory Committee. And if you can make the name of that committee a little shorter, that would be great too. We believe it is not only wise, but also practical to have neighborhoods as part of budgetary discussions moving forward. This is work we are willing to do together, and we are asking for a seat at that table.
Our next speaker is Robert Parrish, followed by Jessica Krons.
Good evening. My name is Robert Parrish, P-A-R-R-I-S-H. I'm a resident in Eugene, I believe in Ward 7. I am a current staff member for Cahoots. I've worked for Cahoots for 21 years in the city of Eugene and now also in the city of Springfield. So many people have come up here to extol the virtues of our program, but to just cover it a little bit and briefly, we are a highly valuable part of public safety. Sending Cahoots is a humanistic response. It is a professional response, and it de-escalates many issues before they spiral out of control, potentially needing other public safety responses. Cahoots is also the least expensive response that Lane County dispatchers can send to a call. Every time you send a Cahoots response, it saves money. It is less expensive than doing something else about that call. What the 2025 to 2027 budget appears to show is that you're trying to manage $446 million, and what we're asking for is roughly $2 million a year. For that money, we have in the past handled half of the welfare checks that come into the city of Eugene. Close to 20,000 calls. We make our entire system of medical and social services work better. And I think one of the important points here is that current and former Cahoots workers are ready to return to helping the people in the city of Eugene. We just need a small portion of the city budget, of that $446 million over 2 years, We will show up for the people of the city of Eugene if you can help find the small portion of the budget that we would need to operate and show up for the people here, the citizens here, and to try to make a difference in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Krantz, followed by Bryson Mason.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Krantz, and I'm here as a resident of Eugene's Ward 4. There are many things I could speak to you about tonight, named by the people that have preceded me: Cahoots, the library, the Sheldon Community Center, the Amazon Pool. Tonight, I'm here to urge you to preserve essential funding for animal welfare services in the city's budget, including its contract with Green Hills Humane Society. Green Hill is a vital part of our public safety infrastructure. In 2023 alone, Green Hill cared for nearly 1,600 animals in Eugene, many of them victims of neglect, injury, or distress. That's almost 5 animals per day, each reflecting a moment when compassion, public health, and community safety came together. The proposed budget cuts would dismantle our city's ability to respond to urgent needs, including investigations into dog bites and animal cruelty, response to dangerous or aggressive animals, emergency placement for animals involved in police calls, medical care and sheltering for animals lost and or injured in the streets, and basic public health enforcement like rabies control. It's been suggested that Lane County might take on these responsibilities, but county officials have made it clear that they neither have the resources nor the intent to absorb what they view as the city's responsibility. If Eugene steps back, there's no safety net waiting. Green Hill brings deep expertise, community volunteers, and private donations to support city services and stretch every single public dollar further. This is a model of cost-effective public-private partnership, the kind we should be protecting, not eliminating. I believe this committee and the council has a real opportunity here to lead with both compassion and fiscal responsibility and to protect a system that works. Thus, I urge you to please preserve dedicated funding for animal services in the 2025-2027 city budget and maintain the city's contract with the Green Hill Humane Society. The safety of Eugene's residents, both human and animal alike, depends on it. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Bryson Mason, followed by Eva Cronin.
Hi, my name is Bryson Mason. I don't have a lot to say that hasn't already been said. Everyone here has come with a lot of passion for basic services for their community that have empowered them and helped them through terrible times. So I just want to give a congratulations for everyone who has come here today to speak that, and to beseech you not to take bread from hungry mouths. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eva Cronin, followed by Berkeley Carnine.
My name is Eva Cronin, and I live in Eugene, Ward 7. I've enjoyed a 30-plus year career in social services. I urge the Budget Committee to fund those programs that address the root causes of crime and homelessness. Let me be clear that homelessness is not a crime, but rather the result of policies aligned with unfettered capitalism. Many speakers have addressed the exponential police budget. I am not for defunding the police, but rather I support funneling a significant part of its budget. Crimes escalate sometimes when people are desperate for mental health services, sobriety, shelter, and the most basic need, food. Imagine, if you will, 20 Cahoots vans instead of 1. Imagine family resource centers and substance abuse treatment centers as prolific as dispensaries and liquor stores. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel because organizations like Catholic Community Services, Shelter Care, etc. are already doing amazing work. No organization is perfect, and we all have our flaws, but they've been doing this kind of work for a long time, and it benefits us all when they are fully funded to help more people with housing, employment, and stability. Neighborhood associations encourage and empower community involvement and play a key role in preventing crime. For example, if you were to move into my neighborhood, I would welcome you with homemade cookies or a flower bouquet. We may have different campaign signs in our front yards, but we know each other and we keep an eye on the neighborhood. So many neighbors don't know each other, and some areas of our city are not safe for the children that live there. But I haven't seen an improvement with increased policing. Crime is always going to happen, but by addressing the root causes, we can stem the need for a police state. This committee needs to know what works to alleviate crime for the next 7 generations and budget accordingly. I agree with an earlier comment about putting dollars in early education. I work for Head Start, a prevention program that prepares children and families for success in a middle-class system. And the dividends to society are proven. Reshaping the police budget is hard because the police is a strong lobbyist. And unfortunately, working class and low-income people don't have lobbyists. But the folks speaking up these past few weeks are the lobbyists for a better Eugene for all. You might say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I support full funding for Green Hill, animal control, the parks, and everything else that we've been trying to save. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Berkeley Carnine, followed by Isaac Jacobowitz.
Hello, my name is Berkeley Carnine, and I am a resident in Ward 6. I am a former Cahoots worker and co-founder of Willamette Valley Crisis Care. I want to thank city councilors and everyone from the budget committee who we've been able to meet with to find a way forward to get our services back to the city. We've heard from so many community members advocating for our role in a public safety and wellness ecosystem that we know is vital to the history of this city and also its future. In a meeting recently, I was asked about what am I grieving most in the loss of this work. And it made me think about 2 of the main learnings I have integrated as a crisis worker. And I had to practice those because at the same time I found out about our program going under, I lost a beloved to violence. And I first had to receive and ask for tremendous support and witness in my experience of grief, and to be held in that and know that everything I was going through was normal and okay. I also had 10 days of bereavement leave, which was won by my union, and that was tremendous. And as I was feeling overwhelmed by grief, I transitioned into the other part of our work that I find so vital, which is finding a place where someone has choice and where someone has agency in what's happening to them. And we know that is one of the most important things that marks when people have a traumatic experience and come out of that feeling more capable and resilient, is to not go through it alone and to also have choice around what happens. And in the way that we do our work, we center our clients' agency and their sense of what they know they need to get through, even if it's not what we think is what they need in the moment. And sometimes that means we go back and we go back and we go back until they are like, yeah, you're right, I do need to go to the hospital. I haven't slept in days, or I am ready for treatment, or I do think this wound has gotten so bad that I'm scared. And when we center their choice and when we join them in that journey, we see profound things happen. We see the reduction in violence and, yeah, the kind of collaboration we want to build.
Our next speaker is Isaac Jacobowitz, followed by Eric Jura.
Hi, I'll try to be brief. My name is Isaac Jacobowitz. I'm a student at UO and a resident of Ward 3 in Eugene. I'm here to express my concern over the reduction of Eugene's public library hours and staff. Cutting hours and staff seems to me like a short-sighted decision. Libraries are one of the few places where one can sit and read or access the internet without the need to buy something or the expectation of being told to get a move on. Libraries are also one of the few places that are truly for everyone, and our central library is a great example of this, with spaces and with spaces and events that everyone from the community can enjoy, and they serve as a hub to connect people and connect people to opportunities. I believe public libraries are one of the really important pillars of American civil society, and we need to endeavor to keep them as open as we can. I know there is this idea that, well, we can always just have the branch areas take up the days that they're closed, but those branch areas are pretty far away. If I were trying to bike or take the bus, it would take quite a long time. Moving it away simply makes it harder to access. The Central Library is a key part of what makes Eugene, Eugene, and we should figure out where to find the money. You know, I know the police budget has been aired as an option. Admittedly, I am a bit of an outsider. I grew up in Portland, but I remember being a student with nothing but my student ID card and a library card. And I would not want the students here to have less opportunities to access knowledge and learn more about the world than I did when I was a student. And as we've heard, it's not just the library system, it's also Cahoots, it's childcare, and it's Green Hill. And even in the long term, I know we're looking at reducing a sustainability position, and climate change is more costly the longer we take to act on it. So even in that case, we're eroding pillars of our civil society, and the cost of it is going to get more and more expensive. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Eric Jura, followed by Catherine Jones.
Good evening, I'm Eric Jura, and I reside in Ward 6. Thank you all for your very diligent work over these many, many months. This past Monday, I received an email from an organization called the Eugene Save Our Services, recommending that I support approval of the proposed budget you have before you. I am here to voice my support for the proposed budget based on two things. One is my examination of the voluminous record of the deliberations which have led us to this point in time, and also the recommendation from Eugene SOS, which supports many of the, virtually all of the services that have been spoken about here this evening. And I'm not speaking for Eugene SOS, I just support what they support. I support the proposed stormwater fee increase and the consequent restoration of the services that it will allow. I agree with many of my fellow citizens about the need for these services as they've been eloquently expressed here. The stormwater fee is a reasonable and practical alternative to the fire fee. I have a couple of other comments, and I'll try to wrap this up. I'm a member of the ABC Neighborhood Association Executive Board. My experience as such leads me to believe that continued funding of the neighborhood associations and the Office of Equity and Community Engagement is money well spent. Thank you for finding the means to continue the support. I'm truly grateful. And just as a side note here, if you want to see community neighborhood associations or ABC in action, there's an annual event called the We Are Bethel Celebration, which will be occurring this Saturday at the Peterson Barn from 12 to 4. So it's a fantastic event. Just want to remind you of it. Also, a quick shout out to Councilor Clark, who at the last budget meeting inquired about the funding for the status of the Bethel Planning Initiative. Very much appreciated. Although I am skeptical that this initiative will lead to significant improvements in the Bethel neighborhood, I do remain hopeful. I'm not giving up on that. City staff, and some of you are here today that I've seen at these meetings. City staff did a great job organizing and conducting the community meetings that were part of this process, and I got to know and interact with them, and I really appreciate it. So, and yes, Lynn Goodrich is still watching.
Our next speaker is Catherine Jones, followed by Daniel Berg.
Hi, I'm Catherine Jones. I reside in Creswell. I am new to the area. I couldn't bring myself to write it, so we'll see how this goes. But I have a few things I'd like to ask first. I have been wondering why. Why would anyone that grew up in our country want to defund a library? Would want to defund a community center? Because when you think about life without those things, it just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like life. I've lived all over the country, literally all over, 11 states, and I have never seen a place like Eugene because, and I fully believe that it's because of the Cahoots program. It has done amazing things for this community, and I learned about it at one of my rock bottoms. And I came all the way to Oregon, partially because of the Cahoots program. And months after moving here, the contract ended. And that's pretty disappointing for me. But I think what's more important is that I'm not going to be alone. There are people who, like me, have not had a home ever, and they're looking for it, and they're looking for it right now. And when they see Cahoots, just like me, they see compassion in a community, and just like me, they want to be here. They want to come to Eugene for the community. That's why I'm here, and I hope that this community is considered the way it has been for decades. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Berg, followed by Kaylee Bronson-Cook.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Budget Committee, thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to encourage the council to approve the proposed stormwater fee that was proposed as an alternative to the fire fee. However, I'd also like to propose them to also bring the fire fee that had originally been proposed to the ballot. This will provide, the stormwater fee will provide a guarantee that crucial services like the pool, library, and community centers do get their funding, and that is guaranteed. But bringing forth the fire fee will also allow us to provide services that may get cut under the stormwater fee plan to actually have a chance of continuity and continuing. Please do not allow a vocal minority of business representatives to hijack the will of the people, and please allow us to fund necessary services for the price of 2 cups of coffee a month, which is exactly what the fire fee is going to cost at the given household, which is extremely cheap. That's all I had to say. I yield back my time.
Our next speaker is Kaylee Bronson-Cook, followed by Scott Fife.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kaylee Bronson-Cook. I live in Ward 7. I am a social worker, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And as we've heard from many community members tonight, the services and programs that are under attack are the ones that everyday working people in Eugene want, need, and depend on. My big picture question for this committee is, why was it, when it was clear that the city of Eugene was facing a budget crisis, that it was cuts to these vital services and programs that were proposed, instead of ending the millions of dollars of tax breaks given to multimillionaire property developers? Whose interests were being served by those proposed cuts? As was shared earlier, usually with budgets, someone is going to leave unhappy. My question is, why are working people the ones who are continuously angry and disappointed? We need a solution that matches the scale of the problem. Before this current fire fee budget crisis, I did not know a lot about multi-unit property tax exemptions, and now, unfortunately, fortunately, I do. Since 2015, approved MUPD tax exemptions have added up to over $47.5 million in the pockets of corporations by eliminating taxes on their buildings for 10 years. Exemptions already accrued account for about half of the current budget shortfall. These numbers expose the true priorities: handouts to the ultra-rich at the expense of working people in Eugene. There's a lot of misinformation floating around about MUPD, so here's some claims and some facts. A claim is that MUPD makes newly constructed apartment buildings financially feasible. A fact is that all of these buildings are massively profitable without MUPD. Another claim is that MUPD provides affordable and moderate income housing. Another fact, almost all exemptions have gone towards luxury apartments. Another claim, MUPD will lower the cost of housing by releasing pressure on the market. A fact, housing in Eugene is now more unaffordable than ever before. A claim, MUPD actually generates tax revenue in the long run. A fact is that the city doesn't make money when they don't collect it. MUPD cannot solve this crisis. We need a budget that puts the needs of working people over profit.
Our next speaker is Scott Fife, followed by Chloe Trujillo.
First of all, I want to say, when you dug yourself into a hole, the first thing you do is you stop digging. Now, I can't believe we just had Independence Day, Trump's Independence Day. I guess it was independence from our wallet, and you passed them up after that. Was that responsible? It wasn't. And over here we have Whole Foods. Whole Foods wanted a MUPD. They wanted, or not a MUPD, they wanted a subsidy so they could move in here. And the people said no, and guess what? They moved in anyway. So these are all completely, there's no reason for this. I noticed that when you gave Obi for his high-rise over there and the 16th Street MUPD, that was about the same time we lost the Maker Hub. We had a beautiful space up on the 3rd floor of the library where you could do all sorts of things, record music, videotape onto DVDs, and then that happened, and then we lost that. I don't know if there was if that had to do with either one, but then I heard about this as accelerated MUPD. So I go and look on I Google it, and then I find out it's just something for Eugene and just something for Sarah Maderi. And so it's like, why do we have this? You know, it's really wild because it was just been 5 years, actually just last weekend, since George Floyd, and we're giving all this money to the police. Do you know that the last year was the most people killed by police? That's why we need something like Cahoots. And now I think there's still I'm part of the Downtown Neighborhood Alliance, and I think there's two more downtown houses that Akin Dames wants to build, and I urge you not to give those another MUPD. This is irresponsible voting, bordering on criminal. Yeah, and then I heard on the radio, there's 2 salaried people that are working for the city, and they shepherd these MUPD throughs. Those 2 people can be canned right now. Anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chloe Trefilio, followed by Jacob True.
Good evening. I'm Chloe Trefilio, resident in Ward 2. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm also here advocating for Cahoots, but I also echo the frustration of others over the disinvestment of our third spaces. When I began looking for my next home back in 2019, a friend brought up this small city that I had never heard of in Oregon with a mobile crisis team that serves as an alternative to policing. And I thought, wow, that is a community where they must be dedicated to some meaningful solutions outside of our prevailing carceral system. And like other speakers we've heard tonight, I'm another person who sought to move to Eugene because of systems and services like Cahoots. And I did. I moved here shortly thereafter, and it just deeply saddens me to see that through our budget choices, which is really, where our power lies as taxpayers, we won't be the same Eugene. Who are we going to become? And I will say, seeing all this testimony this evening in the past couple of weeks has really reminded me what it's like to be amongst the people that do have the same priorities. But with pending cuts to services at the local, state, and federal level, we will see the mental health crisis escalate. And if we don't pay for Cahoots now, we will certainly pay in other ways down the line. So let's budget now with prevention, compassion, and empathy in mind. And thank you for my time.
Our next speaker is Jacob True, followed by Janet Ayers.
Hello there, City Council. My name is Jacob True. I live in Ward 1. So far, over the last few weeks, I've been keeping track. We've had well over 50 people come here and speak about how important Cahoots is to them. I won't belabor the point. I've sent messages. I'm with friends at Cahoots, and sent messages and explanations and possible ways that we can move forward with actually getting Cahoots back on the streets. Thing I want to bring up, first and foremost, Willamette Valley Crisis Care. They are ready to go when it comes to being able to provide a Cahoots 2.0 service in our streets. They consist of the folks who currently are with Whitebird, who have the experience. We're talking 36 odd years of experience helping out folks on the streets. And I suggest that you reflect the importance of cahoots to our community by including them in their budget. Right now, we have $500,000 allocated, as some folks have mentioned before me. That would not even cover half of a year. My estimates indicate that we need more like 2.25 million each year to be able to cover cahoots services, and I suggest that you go for that. Let's see. The budget committee right now can fund cahoots. You don't have to wait. Willamette Valley Crisis Care, which consists of former and current cahoots workers, is ready to serve. Consider whether the police would prefer keeping budget items for already vacant police positions and unpopular police programs, such as the drone program, or to refunding cahoots. We've had 50 folks come in here and say we want cahoots back. I think we should do that. Another point I want to bring up is that a lot of the testimony that we've been receiving here today indicates how honestly chaotic and hard to follow this budget process has been. When we had the fire fee pulled away and $11 million hole was opened up in the budget, then we had a city council meeting just last week, bringing back $4 million of that. A lot of folks here are still talking about, hey, we're going to be having the Sheldon Community Center closed down, the library closed down, Green Hill and that. When already behind closed doors, it seems like those are going to be brought back, but some things, not the other. Usually in budgeting process, that should be laid out a little more clearly, and it'd be a lot better to follow. But
Thank you. Your time is concluded. Our next speaker is Janet Ayers, followed by Jason Bowman.
Good evening. At the last meeting, I urged, if I could, I would order it, an audit on this system. I hear lots of folks talking about please save, please save. I want to know how. How did we get to this point when we're paying handsomely folks, CFO, city manager, and now paid council members, $322,000 a year for my best math. And please call me if I'm wrong. I'd like to know. It's hard to get information from this council. It really is. So for tonight, I'd like to draw attention to two documents. I recently reached out to Moody's. They delivered the last credit opinion of Eugene in April of 2023. No one has addressed this financial mess on our credit worthiness and how that credit rating slips as it has nationally, how that affects city finances even deeper. I'm sure Twyla knows. I'm sure Sarah knows about it. So two publications I'd like to draw your attention if you would read them is one, a statement from President Schlotz, I think that's how you say his name, pardon me? Schultz, where he's deeply concerned about the solvency of the University of Oregon. As we know, University of Oregon is one of the biggest employers here in Eugene. He's very grave, and let me give you the date. That is in UO Matters. That's the publication, May of 2025. And the Moody's, I reached out to Joseph Manolius, I think he's the vice president, senior analyst, to acquaint him with the issues that the city of Eugene is now facing, because I seemingly can't get a response from my council member, Leach. And I think most people are puzzled as to how we got to this point, because I had a conversation at the city level.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Our next speaker is Jason Bowman, followed by William Parham. Jason, really quickly, did you happen to register twice to speak?
I think I did on accident, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, is this thing working? Is this thing on? Just a position, say what? Mayor, City Council, City Manager, I'm looking outside at this community and you're saying no cahoots? Hi. Hi. How high are you? Do you do data? Tell the truth. Everyone deserves love. There's a hole in Eugene's arm where the money goes. Jesus Christ died for nothing, some suppose, looking at the compassion around here. Put your eyes in your pocket and your nose to the ground. 24CV01883. There ought to be a law against you coming around. 24CR67548, June 9th. You should be made to wear earphones because there's something happening and you don't know what it is. Eugene, Lane County, it's your civil rights and cahoots going down the latrine. Test me, test me. You will not arrest and threaten citizens who cordially stand on the truth and the First Amendment. Here's a tip to save money. Eugene City Hall and old school buses. Liquidate this building, budget resolved. Simple solution. Stop wasting money on ridiculous and obscene amounts of vindictive prosecution. Stop fleecing disabled citizens. Allow public defenders to honor the request of their clients. Stop the tricks in Lane County. Tricky judges and public defenders, prosecutors need to be on a trick list stating that they do tricks in Lane County and which would exclude them from practice. How much do tricks cost a community? Bad actors in Lane County's court, keep away from me. Recuse yourself today from egregious misrepresentation. You lie. End One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in Lane County. The legacy of Lane County was demonstrated by Kesey and Nicholson and others 50 years ago.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Our next speaker is William Parham, followed by Stefan Streck. William Parham. William, you can unmute yourself now. Our next speaker is Stefan Streck, followed by Chris Case. Stefan, are you in the room?
So, Righteous Word, City Council. My name is Stefan Streck. Once again, happy to be here to sniff out some issues about the budget. And it ranks from a mile away, so I wish I could say that was a more pleasant experience. I really do value and appreciate the input from so many people who have professional experience and some pretty solid ideas about how to reallocate the budget as necessary. Everyone who comes up here is truly a great addition to the community. I was pretty shocked at the slides that were shown at the end of the last meeting. It's super questionable. When the city is $15 million over budget, how come 23.6 million is getting spent on downtown revitalization? That's just a scam word for funding private developers. That's more than the whole budget deficit to fund private developers. Likewise, $17.3 million on the other district. I mean, that's over $40 million spent to finance private companies who are quite wealthy and could do this without your help when the budget's $15 million over. I mean, that's ridiculous. Furthermore, while you're spending this money to finance developers, you're also sacrificing income by giving tax breaks to likewise developers for MUPD. If you summarize all the money that's been given up on expired exemptions, it's $19 million that have been sacrificed for this program. And if you add in future money that's being given up, that's another $42 million in future taxes you're sacrificing to finance private companies. And your solution is to close the library, the pools, the community centers, and end the public health crisis availability. It's a shocking, just audit.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Our next speaker is William Parham, followed by Chris Case.
Yeah, my name is William Parham, and I was a Eugene Police Commissioner. I served on the council as an abolitionist. And so as an abolitionist, my main goal was to be able to reroute money from the police department and put that in the hands of crisis workers like Cahoots. I failed that task miserably. I have since resigned from the commission because I feel like there's an inability to enact change from a more radical perspective. And so today I come at you first with one number, and that number is $618,000. That is the fiscal budget this year for the volunteer police force that walks the streets in those obnoxious yellow jackets for the City of Eugene's police department. And I'm curious why a volunteer unit requires so much funding. And I want to task this city with the knowledge that there's going to be a talent drain of qualified and ready to go crisis workers if we do not make the funding available for Willamette Valley crisis care. These folks are ready to go. They're ready to put their boots on the ground, and they are ready to put the 36 years of experience, the 36 years of rapport, and the 36 years of serving this city on the line right now. And so to all the city council members that are sitting there right now, I task you with what Eugene do you want to leave for your kids? Do you want to leave a city that is ready to bend the knee to the police, or do you want to leave a city that is ready to honor all residents and all citizens with holistic choices for healthcare? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Case, followed by William Schwall.
Hi, my name is Chris Case. I am an statewide SCIU exec, and I am also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I am going to continue to echo what many people have spoken on today and say that I am disgusted by the fact that every time somebody says that a budget has to come out and somebody has to, eat some crow in it, it's always working class people. Whenever a budget comes out and somebody has to take a hit, it's never your great property developing buddies or all your friends in your police unions or all the people that give kickbacks to all these great illustrious bodies. It's the workers who depend on all these organizations like Green Hill, like Cahoots, and like all the medical facilities that we no longer have, but that's a different subject here. My partner and I, one of the reasons we moved here is because there are systems like Cahoots here that help people who are traumatized by police and offer them alternatives when they need help. And rather than seeing an alternative to that, this city council wants to give them an outsourced budget and cut any of the things that would help working class people. It's the same story at the university, and it's the same story Eugene-wide. Working class people constantly get the short end of the stick, while all of the property developers who do not even live in this city get fat budgets off of all of the work we do. The city is disgusted with it, and we want to see a change in it, and this body will either facilitate that or we'll get out of the way. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is William Schwall, followed by Ryder Hales.
Hi, I'm William Schwall, Ward 4. I've lived in Eugene for 50 years. I pay my taxes without complaint, and I vote in every election. So you might say I'm invested. I want to thank the Budget Committee, especially all of the people who are volunteering their time. I know it's not fun. I came last week and wasn't able to offer comment because I just showed up at the meeting. Oh my God, I stayed the whole time. Y'all ought to record these and give them to the schools to teach civil involvement. A couple of weeks ago, I read in the Register Guard about the proposed budget cuts. Oh my God, it's like we took all of the things that work the best in Eugene and targeted them for cuts. The things that have the greatest impact on the largest number of people and the things that are the most cost effective. This is backwards. Sheldon Community Center, after school programs, the summer programs, what are those kids gonna do, steal hubcaps? A few years ago, we were in the national news, not because we were a tax haven for developers, but because of cahoots, right? Because of what we did, what we made here, and what we built deserves our support. It wasn't so long ago that all of us voted to do a big improvement at the Amazon pool, and we paid for it. We did that. All you have to do is maintain it and staff it. The library, it's always in use. I know a family that relocated here because somebody got a job at the cool Eugene Public Library. They came in from out of state. Those are local jobs, these people whose work is threatened. And in the same week, I read in the Register Guard that a very wealthy person in our community is getting a $9.5 million tax break to build something that he can use to make more money. That's backwards. We need to prioritize our commitment to our children, to budget responsibility, and to the voters and taxpayers that have supported you all these years. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ryder Hales, followed by Elizabeth Jakes.
Hello there. I'm Ryder Hales, Eugene resident in Ward 1. You heard from me a couple weeks ago, and I'm here once again to stress the importance of cahoots amongst all of the public services that are tragically on the chopping block. So cahoots, a nationwide precedent and a landmark of Eugene. The importance can't be is incalculable. We've heard many people here tonight say that they found their home in Eugene, that it put Eugene on the map because of this landmark service. And it would only take $4.5 million across the next 2 years to save it with a Cahoots 2.0. That's a drop in the bucket forget the whole city, that's a drop in the bucket for the police department. And it is a good thing that, these other services look like they're gonna last this summer, but this isn't something to celebrate. This is putting out a fire that was started in the first place, for the analogy earlier. So let's take a moment and be relieved that we're gonna have these services this summer, but more importantly, let's acknowledge the system that enabled this massive budget crisis in the first place and made these services what's on the chopping block, and not MUPD and the inflated EPD budget. So I paid the city $1 to park here tonight, and I wasn't too thrilled about that, not because I'm upset about paying $1 to park. I'm privileged enough to spare $1. I was upset because I don't think that dollar of my hard-earned money is going to something that's going to benefit the people. I feel like that dollar of my hard-earned money is going to wealthy developers and police drones and inflated salaries for officers that harass and threaten, not protect and serve. So let's use this opportunity and let's do the right thing. Let's create a budget system that keeps these services for years to come, not just the next year. And let's save cahoots. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Elizabeth Jakes.
Hi, my name is Ellie Jakes. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Over the past few weeks and so far today, you've heard people sharing comments about the proposed cuts in the budget to crisis care services, library services, animal services, the pool, Sheldon Community Center, and more, and the devastating impact they would have on the community. And while the proposed stormwater fee would help to partially fund these services, the fact that these services were the first on the chopping block shows the priorities of the council. Will these services be threatened again in 2 years? Will we have to, again, beg the government for these services to continue every 2 years? In order to answer these questions, we look at what has made it out of the crisis untouched, MUPTs, which have given $47.5 million in tax breaks to property developers since 2015. Most of these tax breaks have gone to a single company, Atkins Dame, for about $34 million. These MUPTs supposedly help to create housing and make housing more affordable, but the math does not add up. The logic is that the apartments wouldn't get built without the MUPTs, that the land would sit undeveloped and generate no tax revenue at all. But the buildings would be built and would still be wildly profitable without the exemptions. Their own applications show that the only difference between building with and without a MUPT is the profit margins. And we know this because other apartments are getting built without MUPTs. They also allegedly provide affordable housing, but almost all of the exemptions have gone to luxury apartments that provide no middle-income housing. For example, the Portal apartments, which are owned by Atkins Dame in the riverfront area, will cost about $3,000 per month for a 2-bedroom apartment, which is much more than most people can afford. Another example is Brian Obie's recently approved Station House, which sets the starting price for an unfurnished 2-bedroom apartment at a staggering $4,018 a month. In order to afford this without being rent burdened, you would have to make over $160,000 a year, significantly more than double the median household income here in Eugene. And in exchange, he will get $6.8 million in wealth straight in his pocket from the tax breaks. The MUPTs cannot solve our housing crisis because it plays into the logic of the system that caused the crisis in the first place, pursuing profits at the expense of working people's health, safety, security, and well-being. Our budget shortfall has been manufactured out of these misplaced priorities, and the city needs to prioritize funding these services.
Thank you. Your time has concluded.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony for the evening. There will be another opportunity for the public to address City Council at the council public hearing on the budget on June 23rd. With that, let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break as per the agenda, and then we'll come back for deliberations. So I'll see you back at 7:13. Share now that we learned is all motions at this body, we clarified with the city attorney and with Oregon budget law, require a majority of the committee, not just a majority of those present. So anything we consider tonight and really ever requires 9 votes to pass regardless of who is actually in the room. That is an update to what I had previously thought. So it was worth getting that right and clarified. City Manager Maderi, would you like to speak with us before we begin deliberations? Okay. Thank you. The packet told me to ask you. I wasn't sure if it was because you did or just we weren't sure if you had anything.
I think we usually reserve that time in case something comes up in the testimony that people have questions about, and if there's not that, I have nothing to add. Thanks.
All right, the packet that we sent yesterday included motions submitted by Councilor Zelenka, Zach Mulholland, Ryan Moore, and Morgan Mann. Adjustments were made to many of the motions since the packet went out last night. So as of the start of the meeting, the most recent version of all of those motions was this printed copy. So do please refer to that. And if you hear something slightly different from this, it's because we've continued editing slightly even since then. Staff will share the motions on screen. We're going to go in the order listed in this packet. For each motion that we consider, staff will share the motion on screen. The maker of the motion will make the motion. If there is a second, they will then have 3 minutes to provide their rationale and other comments. Motions do require a second to get to that point. And after the rationale is given, do I have that right? We do need a second to hear the rationale, or does the rationale?
I think the way we've done it in the past is the person making the motion has 3 minutes to speak to the rationale. If there's a second, then we take Q&A and vote.
Okay. Okay, so the maker has 3 minutes to speak to rationale. Then we look for a second? That. Get on the floor. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Wording in the packet threw me. I want to get all of this right, so thank you for patience and as we get to clarifications. So yeah, a seconded motion, you have 3 minutes for rationale, and then we'll move to a Q&A where Vice Chair Kanofsky will keep the queue for us. And we'll do 3-minute rounds and then move into votes. And there's possibilities, depending on where discussion's going, I might offer a second round. If I do, it'll be shorter. And I'm gonna be focused on balancing our need to get out of here at a reasonable hour against our need to have appropriate, thorough deliberations, because I do want, above everything, to make sure we're able to consider these at the level that is necessary to feel comfortable with our final product. As a reminder, please press the button at the base of your microphone to unmute yourself when it's your turn to speak, remute as we move to the next speaker, and be sure to speak directly into the microphone so the public can clearly hear your questions and comments. It doesn't make a huge difference to whether or not we can hear you in the room, but it does make a huge difference to what gets recorded for the online broadcast. So, with that, we are going to begin with our first motion from Zach Mulholland.
Thank you for the opportunity to make this motion here tonight. Move to recommend the City Council immediately convene City Council work sessions on how to provide ongoing funding for programs that are currently funded with one-time funds in the city manager's budget proposal, including homeless services program transition, downtown cleanup and beautification, alternative response transition, central services communication, and the sustainability program.
Seconded by Councilor Zelenka. Zach, you have 3 minutes to speak to the motion.
So first, just want to express an immense appreciation to everyone that spoke for restoring services to many of these vital programs, restoring funding for many of these vital programs. There are many items. Can we pull up the revenue and service options chart so folks can see it? There are many items that got added back on an ongoing basis. but there's a handful of items that are incredibly important to the community that only got funded for 1 year or for 2 years. And those are those that are specifically mentioned in my motion, are those that are specifically listed as new one-time dollars in that chart. And so I think it's incredibly important that we not just fund these things for a year or 2 years, but find ongoing funding for these really important services. And I would ask that everyone support having council try and start that work as quickly as possible. A year is not a lot of time to find additional alternative sources of funding for these things. And so if we care about these services, we need to start doing the work to find the money to pay for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to speak to the motion? I see Councilor Clark, followed by Councilor Groves, Morgan Mann.
First thing, City Manager, based on your understanding of this motion, how does this vary from what Council has already decided to do with regard to talking about long-term budget solutions and the work session we've talked about that was raised by Councilor Evans?
Yeah. So I would anticipate that you're going to talk about a number of services in that long-range financial stability conversation. You haven't had the work session yet. You'll have it in July to kind of frame out how you want that work to go and what you want it to include. So I would say the difference is this is very specific to a handful of items as opposed to a broader discussion. That's the difference.
Thank you. I'll probably vote no just because it seems a shorter, smaller subdivision of a larger conversation that council needs to have that deals with other core services and long-term funding stability as opposed to prescribe just to these. But thank you for the motion.
Thank you. Councilor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. Councilor Clark asked my exact same question. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan?
Yeah, I had the same as Councilor Clark. We should not be cherry-picking parts of the budget based on specific interests and account for the needs as a community as a whole.
Thank you. And I asked to be in the queue as well. I'll put Councilor Zelenka next.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, sorry. I was next in the queue after Morgan, and I see your hand for. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be supporting the motion as a recommendation for an immediate work session on something on the topic quite this specific, but I do want to thank you for bringing up the point of the shorter term conversations. We have a framework and a commitment from council to talk about long-term revenue solutions. We're also talking about putting together an ad hoc committee in the community to talk about long-term situations. But those long-term conversations, if we focus exclusively on long-term, probably aren't going to address the needs for next biennium's budget. And both one-time items now, part of the reason I think this is too specific is that I think that when we talk that short-term piece, we need to consider both the items that are one-time in this budget that need a new funding source to continue in 2 years, and also whatever the updated financial conditions might bring us. If in 2 years we have another cut budget, that expands this list greatly. But one way or another, there are absolutely things that we need to figure out ways to fund in a short-term time frame that's going to come back up in the next budget cycle. So I am glad you're bringing this up and we have an opportunity to consider that point. And I do want to emphasize that needs to be factored in, that there's a short-term component and a long-term component in those ongoing conversations. However, I am comfortable with with the existence of the currently planned work sessions that can be factored in and considered in those other conversations, but I appreciate the opportunity to urge that it do so. Councilor Zelenka.
Now? Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are going to have a long-term conversation about the budget and different options. And I looked at this as not instead of, but inclusive of. So don't forget me kind of thing. Don't forget these things, because these were the ones that stuck out as being one-time funding in the current budget package. So I thought it was just inclusive into that conversation. So I don't see the harm in in voting for it, because we're going to talk about all these things anyway.
See Councilor Keating and then Councilor Kaczynski.
Thank you, Chair. To Councilor Zelenka's point, that's why I'll be voting against it, because we will be voting, or we will be having the conversations in July. And I want to have that holistic conversation. I appreciate the approach. Some of the language is a little off. We can't immediately convene a council work session. We literally can't immediately convene one, so there are some pieces of this that are a little clunky. I hear you, but that's not what it says. And Zach, I greatly appreciate your approach and your service. You said if we care about these things, we need to find ways to fund them, implying that if we vote no, we don't care about these things. I think quite the opposite. We clearly care about these things. These things are. We've listened to the community. Council has taken action. City manager has made appropriate recommendations. The very things that folks have come and testified so passionately to restore are enumerated very clearly in this $4.7 million ongoing potential funding package. Yes, I concur with Chair Bruce Zimmerman about the need to dive in and find alternative funding methods. Forgive me if I'm speaking for you, Chair, but my understanding is that your praise for Zach's motion comes from a place of praise for finding both short-term and long-term funding solutions. I appreciate the approach. I will be a no for the reasons that my colleagues have laid out, and I encourage a no vote for such an overly prescriptive and specific motion.
Thank you, Councilor Kaczynski, followed by Zach Mulholland.
Yes, and just to clarify, the intent of this is that it would be an additional work session on top of the ones that we've already planned and are already going to end up on the agenda. It's a separate process than the one. Is that how that would be interpreted?
For intent, I would defer to the maker of the motion.
Yes.
My understanding of the work session poll that was previously approved is around long-term solutions, focusing on things like economic development, property tax reform at the statewide level, like Measure 5 and 50 reform. These are conversations that are going to take time, years potentially, to arrive at viable solutions that we can then implement as a community and then begin to bear fruit so that we can actually see the benefits of that economic development, of that property tax reform in our budgets. Until that time, that's going to take years potentially. So, I have not, this is the first I've heard that process would specifically focus on these short-term budget needs. So can you walk me through, if we don't find additional funding for these things, when would these programs cease to exist? I might be going out of what I should be doing in terms of asking her a question.
Okay. So I'll say a couple of things. The way this is proposed now is to be funded with one-time dollars through the biennium. So technically speaking, you're providing certainty on those one-time items through the biennium. So that's technically the answer. The second piece, and this is the reason why we're having the work session in July, to start to frame out what do you mean by long-term fiscal stability, because each person, each counselor has a different idea of what that means to include short-term items, to include long-term items, and we will start to flesh that out. So until that time, I think it's hard to understand what that work will include because we haven't had our initial work session.
Thank you. Councilor Kaczynski.
So I guess what I would say is that from an efficiency and how do we manage our time perspective, my preference would be, instead of this being two separate processes, when we talk about fiscal stability, we're looking not just at fiscal stability at the 6-year outlook point, but fiscal stability for the next biennium budget. And that be folded into those conversations. But I think having 2, 3, 4 separate processes going on at the same time is going to create more challenges for committee members trying to follow those conversations, for us trying to navigate those conversations. And so I think it should be folded into the things that we've already sort of said we're going to be looking at.
Thank you. And Zach, did you have more?
Are any of these only funded for a year? So for the 500,000 for alternative response transition, is that enough for a 2-year budget if we were to allocate that?
So the way that I described this in the last meeting is that that is a placeholder to allow some nimbleness of the fire department to be able to react to short-term needs while we identify and do some work on what are the long-term needs for alternative services, go through and, identify what that need is, scope out an RFP process, go through a request for proposal process, negotiate a contract with a provider. All of that takes a lot of time, and in the meantime, it's a placeholder. And so I always assumed the supplemental budget process would be where we would identify the longer-term need and funding ability.
So that's about 2/3 of one year's of the previous contract, correct? 500,000, where we were spending 775 a year.
Yeah.
Okay, so at best, we have 2/3 of 1 year of a contract as a placeholder, which we will then need to find additional funding for. And then the homeless services transition, is that 1 year of funding or 2 years of funding?
It's 2.
So that's 618, that's the annual 618 reduction, that's being replaced by 618. Is that a one-time or a two-time? We'll backfill with that 618.
It's fully funded for the biennium.
So that's 1.2 million or 618?
618 was already in the amended proposed budget for 1 year. This adds another 618 to fully fund it through the budget.
Okay, so it was half funded, this adds half the funding back. Thank you. And then with the sustainability program, that's 1 year of funding or 2?
It's a one-time contractual, it's a one-time supplemental dollars to help supplement the work. It's not an FTE, so it's,
Okay, so that's-
however, it could be spent in the first year, the second year, or over 2 years.
So that's less than 50% of what we had originally planned on spending on that program?
Correct.
Okay. So from my perspective, these are critical needs that it takes time to arrive at funding for solutions for these things. And if we subsume funding these things that we only have 2 years of funding for, under this much larger umbrella conversation about economic development and statewide property tax reform, I don't think we're ever going to get back to these things in the next 2 years to actually find out a way to fund them fully. And so I think it makes sense to ask council to actually start working on how to fund these specific things with dollars as quickly as possible, instead of waiting for this much larger budget conversation to play out. And thanks.
Thank you. I have Councilor Clark, followed by Councilor Zelenka.
Thank you, Chair. We looked at council, the stormwater swappity-doo, for lack of a better way to call it, as an alternative funding source. There was some room in there for us to adjust as bienniums go. The council majority voted in favor of using that mechanism for 6 years. So there is, I suspect, in what I'm understanding, some degree of flexibility for us to look at longer term or short term, as you've defined them, funding situations in the out years within the mechanism of what we've already done. But I want to ask one other different question of the manager. I heard quite a bit of testimony tonight, and it's dealt with in this and several other motions as I read them. So here's my question. I heard about Willamette Valley, I want to get their name right. Could you help me? Willamette Valley
Crisis Care.
Thank you very much. I heard about Willamette Valley Crisis Care. I'm not familiar with the organization. I know the work. I know the people who spoke there, They're asking us to budget for an agreement. Is this organization set up that the city is ready to make an agreement with?
So the city, Bigger picture, what the council, what the budget committee can recommend and what the council can do is place funding in the budget for, if we identify there's a need. You can't actually allocate it to this organization. So what we would need to do is go through a request for proposal process. So we will outline the scope of work that we see is necessary on the streets. We've been in good communication with this group and others in Lane County. We would put out a request for proposals and go through that entire process, identifying what the costs are, and we'd have to identify a funding source. So we wouldn't put out an RFP that we didn't have an idea of how we were going to pay for that. So that's why I've said we have a placeholder in here to deal with immediate critical needs, but this is going to be a supplemental budget conversation.
That doesn't give me as clear an answer as I wanted. However, it does help me make decisions about the motions in front of us, and so I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I think the question you asked is, I think what the question you're asking is, are they ready? And it's really difficult to understand at what point this nonprofit will be prepared to actually meet the contractual requirements that the city has. So we've had conversations, we've heard a lot of hopeful information. Is changing every day. As you've heard today, they're working pretty hard with people trying to get their sponsorships. So until we have an RFP, we won't actually know if they're prepared and ready and can qualify. Does that make sense? Is that better?
Absolutely, and I think it helps others that we're talking about it this way, about what we plan to do or not do and why. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I want to note, can we please, for the most part, keep conversation or our questions directly related to the motions we're considering? I did choose to allow that one because we have upcoming motions it is directly germane to, and I think it was worth hearing that answer. But it didn't, but I would, if we can please focus on each individual motion as we work through them one at a time. Councilor Zelenka, and I do see Siobhan next.
Yeah, I would propose as a friendly amendment, Zach, to strike the first part of the motion. Strike, move to recommend the city council immediately convene a city council work session on how to provide, and in its place, include in the long-term financial stability conversation by the council potential ongoing funding programs that are currently funded, one-time funds, and the rest of the sentence.
I'm happy to accept that as a friendly.
So now the motion is basically to make sure that these things are included in that conversation and not as a separate conversation.
Can you repeat that so that we can capture that on the screen? Make sure we have your intent.
You want me to say it slowly?
It's just a process point, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Keating?
Can the person who made the second make an amendment?
It's not an amendment, it's a friendly amendment.
Really? Yeah. That's wild. I thought you would be. That's all right. Play on.
Second's just to get on the floor.
Game on.
So you would type in, include in the long-term financial stability conversation by the council. Potential ongoing funding for programs. You don't have to write that part because that's already there. Except the potential for ongoing funding for, and the long-term financials. Yeah, that's it. Is that the right way to call that conversation?
I think Councilor Evans' motion said stability. That's why I'm just trying to match it up.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
All right, so the motion has been amended as a friendly with the motion maker's consent. Siobhan.
Actually, what I was going to ask is there a way to make sure that these one-time funds are highlighted in the ongoing financial stability discussion? So, thank you.
Not seeing any further discussion. Looks like we are ready to vote. All in favor? I'm seeing 11 hands in the air, with 14 at the table. All opposed? Seeing 3, I'm liking the math. Were there any abstentions as a double check? I believe that motion passes 11-3. For motion number 2, I will turn to Councilor Zelenka.
I move to recommend the city council direct the city manager to investigate how the alternative response program with Cahoots-like services could be potentially provided as city employees and identify potential sources of funding for approximately $2.2 million annually, including potentially reallocating existing community safety payroll tax funds, and bring back the results before the end of October.
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Keating, and I have Councilor Clark first in the queue. But Zelenka has to speak first, so.
The reason I brought this forward is because I want to restore Cahoots. It's an incredibly valuable service to our community, as many people have said over and over again during the testimony at Budget Committee. And I chose the route of calling for an investigation rather than picking specific funding sources right now, because I don't know exactly how to fund the restoration of Cahoots. It's not currently readily apparent to me. And this motion's intended to be, not to be overly specific or prescriptive, but inclusive of all good ideas. So, and be consistent with what staff is already contemplating doing. So, and that the rough 2.2 million is what the chief said would it cost to bring back and restore what we already have. The motion mentions looking at reallocation of CSI funding as one option. It's intended to mean one option, make sure that that option gets provided, and not intended to be just exclusive of that, but one of several options as potential funding sources. As well, the reason the motion says potentially provided as city employees, because I intended that to be not the only option investigated, but one of several options, but I wanted to point that one out in particular as a way to provide the services. It could also be provided through an RFP for services. So that would just be one of many ways to look at it. I'd also put in a timeline to bring it back in the fall. That should be enough time to think about this thoroughly and have some good solid thinking behind it. And finally, implicit in this is the assumption that that $500K that's in here for transition, it stays in place to help with that transition as we figure this out. I think that's very important to point out. And so I hope you'll support the motion to do this investigation into how do we restore Cahoots funding.
Thank you. So far in the queue, I have Councilor Clark, Councilor Keating, and Councilor Kaczynski. I now see Wendy and Morgan and Councilor Leach. Councilor Clark, take it away. Ryan, watch for other hands.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's not in regular order, but I'd like to ask the maker a question. Is that approved?
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Councilor Zelenka, you chose 2.2 million. Why?
I asked in our documents, I asked the chief what would it cost to restore the full services that we're receiving right now. And on page 6 of that, he responded that the full 36 hours would take $2.2 million. That's an approximate number. I mean, it's not.
And that was in-house. That was
Yeah.
to bring it in-house. That's why the numbers are probably different.
That's what I was wondering.
Well, that number, I believe, was just what it would cost to restore it, not necessarily in-house.
I want to know specifically if that number represents what was imagined as an RFP process, but that's something that y'all haven't determined yet. And so I don't know how to ask the right question here.
I see Chief Caven walking up to the microphone, I think.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the question was specifically about bringing it in-house, and that upper limit, $2.2 million, was for the full 36 hours at a full kind of public employee rate, with some assumed amount of oversight, like we pay for a contract for a physician advisor to provide EMS, those types of things. So it's not an exact science at this point, but that's the upper limit for in-house service.
It's actually a range, 2 million to 2.
Thank you,
Those would be
sir.
the
I appreciate that. I will likely vote no just because I don't want to prescribe the in-house and preclude the opportunity that the folks who are working so diligently right now with Willamette, I can't remember the name. I'm
Willamette
so sorry.
Valley Crisis Care.
Willamette Valley Crisis Center, care. Those folks may or may not want to be city employees. They may or may not have the ability to be city employees. I don't want to preclude those folks from the process. I want to hear more about the RFP. So I believe that this prescribes the idea of them being budgeted as in-house employees, as the chief just mentioned, rather than the RFP process, which I want to hear more about before a decision either way. But I'm in support of us having an ability to fund a complete CAHOOTS response. And just for the record, I will say, I had a roommate when I was a very young man who was one of the first guys who worked in CAHOOTS, and I learned all about what they did, and I think it was fantastic work. So I'm very much in favor of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We live in Willamette Valley. We're in a crisis and we care. So Willamette Valley Crisis Care. Say it with me, Councilor Clark. Say it with me. I jumped to second this for a couple reasons. Number one, I took the cue from earlier that it's an ample opportunity to amend it. You only have one person to convince. But I actually don't really need to amend it because Councilor Zelenka has crafted, in my opinion, the best of the 10 motions that are in front of us tonight. So thank you for doing that. It's a thoughtful motion that isn't overly prescriptive. It doesn't box us in a corner. It asks the city manager to investigate about CAHOOTS like Willamette Valley Crisis Care, whatever CAHOOTS like services that could be potentially provided annually, including potentially reallocating existing CSI, community safety, payroll tax funds. Now, while I am not in favor necessarily of reallocating said CSI funds, I am in favor of restoring the CSI allocation that was alluded to in public comment. In section D, I believe Athena mentioned the CSI funding a portion thereof. Can I get clarification from staff that there has been in the past a portion of CSI funding that has provided some CAHOOTS or crisis-like support?
There was a supplemental, so the $250,000 was supplementing the general fund dollars for alternative response from the CSPT.
Thank you. Should we go out for a CSI renewal? I think having a alternative crisis component will help us get that over the finish line. I think that is part of this conversation. Again, it doesn't back us into a corner. It is a recommendation for an investigation in which council gets some answers or some potential pathways to explore. So again, thank you, Councilor Zelenka, for moving this forward, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Councilor Kaczynski.
Yes, and thank you, Councilor Zelenka. I will say that when I first read this, the language was specifically saying how it could be provided as city employees. That plain language seemed to exclude the potential for other methodologies that it could be provided, that the investigation was specifically, could you provide it as city employees? You clarified that verbally, that wasn't your intent, but I feel like, and that's maybe striking those specific words as city employees would leave it more clear that we're looking at how to provide those services and not prescribing which group or which employer is going to be overseeing those services. And so if I'm allowed to make a friendly amendment, I would like to make that friendly amendment or suggest that friendly amendment.
The reason I won't accept that is because the usual way of doing this process would have been to look at the RFP process and maybe look for additional funding. By specifically pointing out this option and also the potential reallocation, which to me meant finding that money that was already there, and potentially something else. I want those things to be specifically called out so that they are included. And in a normal, if this didn't say that, those might not have been included as options that we would look at. So that's why I included them.
Okay, I'm going to move to amend unfriendly-like, and
Okay, we have a motion to amend, which is going to begin a new queue. We are preserving the old queue for when we return. But we have a motion to amend from Councilor Kaczynski, seconded by Councilor Clark. Can we get clarification of the specific amendment?
to strike the words as city employees from the motion.
For the,
Alternative response program with youth-like services could potentially, let's see, and add the word be provided. So Cahoots-like services could potentially be provided and identify potential sources of funding.
So you really just need to cut. Just city, as city employees, potentially can stay in.
want to check with the city attorney who just joined us at the table?
Sorry, I normally.
There's just a lot of motions flying, so I figure I'm going to be here. Just generally speaking, there needs to be the motion made and then the second before you move on. So.
Yeah.
So
So with the motion fully restated, do we have a second for the, seconded by Councilor Clark now? And and to speak, so we're going to let Councilor Kaczynski speak first to the motion to amend, and then I have, the first two hands I saw were Clark and Groves for the queue on the amendment.
I don't think that this precludes, especially with this conversation, because I'm assuming that the city manager who is going to be conducting this will take into account that we have an interest in, can it be provided by city employees, can it be provided by the community? I think that it is clearer for the community that we are looking at multiple different options if we are not specifying and investigating one particular set of options in the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Clark.
I can vote in favor of the amended version, and I like that because it's not prescriptive, as I mentioned previously, having a concern with. I'd also like to amend the 2.2 million part and let them come back with the plan, but I'll vote in favor of the amended version.
Councilor Groves?
Thank you, Chair. And I concur with Councilor Kaczynski. I think this, if you list any name in here, it has the potential of causing a bias one way or another. And I think it's just better that we look at all alternatives holistically as we move forward with this. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councilor Zelenka?
So as the maker of the motion, did you intend to exclude city employees being one of the options?
No, it is not excluded as one of the options. It is just saying that it's not specified as the option that we are potentially
I
investigating.
just wanted to get that on the record, that would be inclusive of some of the options that we would look at.
Thank you. Zach Mulholland?
So it sounds like everyone wants us to investigate both options. Do we get that with the motion either way? Or is there one way is written before the edits or after that would make it more likely we would investigate all the options?
So thank you for the question. What's interesting about this motion now that it's there is, so business as usual with no motion would be we're watching, paying attention to the data, seeing what the need is on the streets, continuing to coordinate with our partners, identifying what a need is, how we would fund it, and presenting that either as part of a supplemental budget process or, yeah, that's how we would normally go about this. So Counselor Zelenka's motion made it clear, like, hey, I want you to do that, but I also want to know how city employees could potentially do it. You're asking it to not be specific to that. So if it's not city employees, the 2.2 number is, it's just starting to get fuzzy. And without a motion at all, we would be doing some of this work anyway. So that's why I'm hearing that you want to include both. I think I'm hearing that. It's always cleaner when there's a motion.
Okay, so it sounds like either way, we're going to include both. So I'm a little unclear as to, never mind.
I have Morgan next.
And to pick up on Councilor Grove's comment, can we strike the 2.2 million from the motion? And how can we make that happen? Or Councilor Kaczynski, would you be willing to strike the 2.2?
So just to be clear, the motion that's on the table right now is a motion to amend the existing motion. The original motion was made by Councilor Zelenka that included the 2.2. So it says approximately, but you can do one of two things. You can ask the maker of the motion if he'd be willing to strike the 2.2, or you can move to amend the amendment to include the striking of the 2.2.
I would like to amend the amendment and strike the
You can't-
2.2.
You can amend the amendment.
Second.
Okay, new cue on a motion to amend the proposed amendment to also strike the 2.2, seconded by Councilor Groves, and the first hand I saw for a cue on that was Councilor Zelenka, but I will allow the maker of the motion to speak to it first. Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with a lot of this testimony, which is we don't want to box ourselves into a corner presuming that it's going to be city employees. I think a city employed service would, A, be more expensive and probably actually tie the hands of the people that are doing the work that made it so special previously. So I would caution us about getting to the answer before asking the right questions. And then I did have a question for the city staff and the fire chief beforehand, which was like the sense of urgency and the heartfelt testimony across both the public and the committee is very clear. But do we even have an understanding of what the gaps are? And are we even in a position right now to issue an RFP quickly? And if not, like, let's do it right as opposed to like fire aim, fire before we aim, so. Yeah.
No, we're not ready to issue an RFP, so thanks.
Councilor Zelenka to speak to the 2.2 million specifically.
Right. The reason I put a number in there is because it gives directions to the city manager. It doesn't say exactly 2.2000000 with 0.00. It says approximately 2.2 million, which is what the chief said it might cost up to. So approximately means it could be a little less, could be a little bit more, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. I guess the question would be, if you don't have a number in there, what are you going to peg the analysis to?
The need that we identify, so normally that's what we would do is see like, hey, we have a service need. We would understand, we would just work to understand what that is, how many hours that is, what the cost is, estimate that, put out an RFP. That's usually how we do that.
Right, and the proxy for that was the 2.2 million, because if you go back to what the chief said, that's the 36-hour restoration of existing services, and up to that amount it could cost. So without that 2.2 million in there, I think you need to add something in there to clarify what kind of services you're asking for, because there's a whole bunch of different variations on that theme, 24-hour, 36-hour, that aren't clear unless you make it clear. So by making it less clear, you're making it even more or less clear.
Thank you. I have Ryan Moore, followed by Councilor Clark, followed by Zach Mulholland, speaking specifically to the 2.2 million.
Specifically the 2.2 million, yes, thank you. I will be voting no on taking out the dollar amount. Reason being, there's a reason that number or a similar one appears in motions down below. It's based on the best information we have given to us by staff. I think the reason to keep the number in this motion is it's not just us watching and considering this, it's also the community. And I think having a specific number gives a sense of surety to the community. And taking that out gives vagueness that I think would harm that sentiment.
Thank you, Councilor Clark.
Thank you, sir. I was in favor of striking the 2.2 million, much like the city personnel portion of the other amendment, because although I'm not an expert in this, my understanding is that there's a difference in how the service itself is provided on the streets between cahoots workers and if the city had to hire employees to do it and how it's reimbursed. And that was part of the issues with Whitebird. As I understood it, I may be wrong, but that Medicaid, Medicare reimbursements on some of this and how records are kept is a lot of the part of the ongoing discussion still. And so I don't want to prescribe what I am not an expert on, how best to provide that care and what might come next in terms of, quote, ruining it by making some demands that aren't what the cahoots personnel want to do. So I don't want to have it so prescribed that it ends up being only a city staff positioned thing that we're planning for. So I'd like it to be more open to the manager's options. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach Mulholland.
I'm supportive of keeping the number in there. I think it's better if we plan for the full higher amount that we think that we might need. And if we're planning for a lower amount, how do we get there? It means we're providing a lower level of service. We are paying people subpar wages below what we would provide those same employees if they worked for the city. And so I think it's important that we actually aim for the higher number, and we can always budget for lower, but if we don't at least give ourselves the option of a funding amount at this level, then we're sort of cutting off that in-house or better compensated option before it even gets the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kaczynski.
Yeah, I'm very torn on how I feel about this particular change. I am not a big fan of limiting ourselves and saying how much we think this is going to cost before we've done the research to figure out what it's actually going to cost. And that goes both ways, right? Because if it ends up, it's going to take us more than 2.2 million to provide this service, I don't want us to have locked us in there. On the other hand, I think the point Ryan made surrounding this is the service that we're saying we're going to put, $500,000 of one-time money into. I think a lot of folks in the community are not understanding what that's meaning when they're just seeing sort of the news reports and the pieces like that. And so I do think indicating that there is going to be identification of funding sources for, a larger amount than $500,000 does send that sort of important message with the knowledge that what that amount is going to be dependent on what the outcome of the identifying how do we do that program.
Thank you. I have Wendy, and then I'm hoping a last word from the original maker of the motion, and then I'm hoping a vote on this.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of striking the 2.2 million either, even though it does keep us at a certain number. But for those reasons stated by Zach and Councilor Kaczynski and Ryan. But the only other thing I can think of was if we didn't want to use the number was something like restoring the 36 hours and the most recent, comparative recent services that we've had. But I don't know. I don't want to cut it short either. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan?
Yeah, thanks. I just think by removing the number, the the committee gives itself the widest amount of flexibility, both to the upside and to and potentially to a lower side. So it gives all committee members that option. And I'm still struggling to hear anyone articulate what the specific need is for this service, what the gap is, given where we are today, and how much it will cost. It's just, 2.2 is just a number. And as a result, it's meaningless. So unless we can articulate clearly what the gap is, and then have that discussion, I recommend we strike the 2.2.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I'm swayed by the arguments and will vote in favor of striking the specific 2.2 number. This arguably overpromises and then potentially underdelivers, which is not the reality. $500,000 to restore is a significant investment. And I want to give our staff and ultimately council the flexibility to allow for ups or downs and not send not send a message that, around something that we can't afford. Like this is almost half of the restorative $4.7 million budget. So I hear the intent, but the compelling arguments about not boxing us in and not boxing the staff in are sound, and I would vote in favor to remove the specificity for the aforementioned reasons.
Siobhan Cancel on the 2.2 million.
Okay, so quick question. The 2.2 million came from, I think Chief Caven said that's approximately what we were spending when it was housed there before. I'm seeing a bunch of different no's. Okay, thank you. So I just want to reiterate kind of what I've been hearing from some of the colleagues around the table is if we don't have a number there, we might not shoot for making the services to what they were before. I know when I do a budget, I usually have a placeholder, even if that's not necessarily what it will be. I worry that if we don't have some idea of what it will cost, we may judge who we give that RFP to or who we hire based on the lowest bid, which may not give us the services that our community needs. Thank you.
I did see your hand, Councilor Zelenka. It's specifically on the 2.2 million and quick.
Yeah, it doesn't say 2.2 million. It says approximately 2.2 million. So it doesn't lock in, and it doesn't mandate a number. It's giving a ballpark about what it would cost as the high end of what it would cost to bring city employees in as the cahoots. And as city staff, I think cahoots employees would be better off as city employees. They'd have higher pay, they'd have more stability, they'd have more worker rights, they have potential union representation and access to more services. So having that number, 2.2 million, is kind of a marker for that.
Okay, thank you. The motion on the table is to amend Councilor Kaczynski's motion to amend, striking the portion to approximately 2.2 million be included in the original motion. All in favor of removing the 2.2 million? Oh, sorry. Confused. I currently see 5 hands. All opposed? I see 9, and there are 14 of us at the table, so that motion to amend fails 9-5. We are back now to the Councilor Kaczynski's motion to amend to remove the potentially as city employees component. We had Wendy and Siobhan in the queue. Does anyone else, if anyone else wants to jump into the queue on that, please raise your hands. Wendy Simmons.
I think I got my questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Siobhan Cancel?
I just wanted to clarify, so it does say potentially. Would it be possible, and forgive me, I'm new to this process of amending amendments. I always would rather have more information than less, and I feel if we have, is there a possibility to add like city employees, contract employees, and any other sources that can get us to the Kahoot-like services. That way, we're not boxing ourselves in, and we're still giving more information as opposed to less.
If this fails, I'd accept that as a friendly.
Ooh, did I just make a friendly amendment?
That would be
You could make a friendly
potentially in
to
order
Liza.
from the original seconder of the original motion as a friendly if after we're outside of the motion on the table,
Eliza could
potentially.
accept it.
Councilor Kaczynski.
Oh, as to whether that's a friendly amendment to my motion to amend, I think the goal of it was to try and make it a little clearer that it wasn't specific to city employees. I feel like wordsmithing and adding in a bunch of additional words can potentially make it less clear. And I know Councilor Zelenko spoke to his intent with that, but I think it's probably just more straightforward to just be like, investigate how to provide that service, knowing that all options are on the table. I would not accept your friendly, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Okay, I was about to ask, do we have anyone further? And I do see Zach's hand on Councilor Kaczynski's motion to amend. Zach Mulholland.
Just to clarify, I am reading this and I heard that if approved, this means that we would be looking at both as city employees and as not city employees. Right? Okay, thank you.
All in favor of amending the original motion to strike the words potentially and the words as city employees? I see 12, all opposed, 2. The motion to amend is passed. We are now back to our queue on the original motion, which had a number of people in it. I don't know if all of those people still have comments, but our list is Wendy, Morgan, Councilor Leach, Councilor Zelenka, Siobhan, Ryan Kay, and Councilor Groves. So I'll go through all of you to see if you still have comment. Okay, Councilor Groves is saying no, thank you. Wendy Simmons.
So just a question on the timeline. So the 500,000 estimate would get us 6 months to a year before we figure out this other funding, if that were, or clarify.
So the 500,000 was placed in the budget. So just as a reminder, we were already, as part of the proposed budget and the amended budget, we were already looking at like, how is the service going to transition and transform over the next couple of years with Lane County entering the space? This happens all of the time. We're constantly changing some of our emergency services and other services, and we're adapting all of the time. So what happened in this case is we were already planning for that. The contract ended. So because we assume there might be a gap that we need to fill, we're not exactly sure what that is. I want to make sure that there's at least some funds on the table while we determine how does the service need to transform, who's the right provider. So that's really what it's intended for. And then we would have done that other work as we always do. Thanks.
Morgan, nothing further? Councilor Leach?
Thank you, Chair. I want to make it extremely clear that I will do whatever is in my power to help this process of getting Cahoots-like services back into our community that we are supporting as a city. I also trust our city manager that she has outlined a process already and is already in motion with that process to take the $500,000 that we're designating in this current iteration to analyze those gaps and to move forward in the best way possible to either contract with another entity that they're already in communication with or to add them into our city as employees. So I will support this motion only to bring this to council for us to continue to have this conversation. But like, I want to be clear, I want to be super respectful to our city staff, that this is already ongoing and that we are looking at this budget and saying this is a reasonable amount to put in today, and that we have a mechanism, which is our supplemental budget, and we have the ability to continue looking forward and looking at that gap and what is actually needed. And I will work to fund that gap once we know exactly what it is. So that's where I stand today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Zelenka?
Pass.
Siobhan Consell? No, thank you. Ryan Konofsky?
Hey, I got to speak. Tough following Councilor Leach because you said many of the sentiments. I just wanted to say that kind of the same thing, that I look forward to seeing what comes forward. I think having all options on the table is incredibly helpful. I think there's many paths forward, and so just grateful that we're having this conversation that comes back quickly. You know, October is a pretty short timeline to kind of at least come up with a general plan, and we're not just letting this linger too long, and restoring important services to our community, or at least getting a game plan together for that. So I will be supporting this motion as it now stands.
Thank you. All in favor of this motion as it now stands, moving to recommend the City Council direct the City Manager to investigate how the alternative response program with Cahoots-like services could be provided and identify potential sources of funding for approximately $2.2 million annually, including potentially reallocating existing community safety payroll tax funds, and bring back the results before the end of October. Please raise your hands. I see 13 hands in the affirmative, all opposed, 1, which again, the math works, so the motion carries 13-1. Motion number 3, they don't get easier from here. Ryan, I recognize Ryan Moore.
Mr. Chair, I can read the room. Can I withdraw a motion before I make the motion?
Yes.
I will not require you to make motion 3.
Okay.
Do you want to skip to 4?
I would love to skip to 4, please. Okay. Thank you. All right, so number 4. I move to recommend the city manager restore $2,229,000 ongoing for a contracted non-police alternative response program. Funds to come from, and I do have to read the dollar amounts?
Yep.
All right. $1,016,000 for police vacancy funding restoration from the general fund. $527,000 for drone as first responder program from CSPT funds, $360,000 for the EPD volunteers and policing unit, general fund, $326,000 for the EPD community engagement unit, also general fund, and recommend the city council direct the city manager to develop an ongoing funding plan for alternative non-police response, such as Cahoots 2.0, as part of the long-range financial planning work considered by council in the coming budget cycle.
I would second.
Seconded by Wendy Simmons. Ryan, you may speak to the motion.
All right, so we've sort of addressed this in previous discussions, different angles to it. And I'm too tired to be eloquent, so I'm sorry. The core of this is intended to be a bridge. We have this pool of national experts, literally in alternative crisis response, who are now unemployed. They're not going to stay unemployed. They're going to find other jobs. The longer we wait, the more likely that is, and the less likely we get them back. So my intention here was getting at sort of what I talked about earlier, giving some surety to those people and the rest of the community at large. So it's building a bridge to whatever the city manager is able to devise, and by city manager I mean the city, it's the whole team, and I appreciate you. I do want to end with talking about nonprofit structures. So I'm maybe one of the few in this room who has set up a nonprofit that very soon after founding did receive public dollars, both from the state and I think from the city, though I've stayed out of those conversations. It is difficult. It is also very possible to do within a span of months, and I have done it. So I just want to throw that out there for the group, and there will be discussion. I look forward to it.
Initial cue for discussion, I have Councillor Keating, followed by Councillor Clark. Other hands signal to Ryan. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without objection, I'd like to ask Chief Skinner a couple of questions. In particular, about the drone as first responder program. I have a little bit of heartburn. I want to preface my inquiry about cutting into so significantly a program that very well may save lives, apprehend criminals. Chief, could you share, and I understand some of these data points might be difficult to pull, but could you share any success stories or qualitative success stories or quantitative data that might allow for us to really wrap our head around either annually or quarterly? Like, are there lives being saved because of this program? What does the program look like on the street in regards to either apprehending wrongdoers, criminals, or saving lives?
Councilor Keating, thank you for the question. And just to be clear, the use of drones happens throughout the organization in a variety of different ways. The Drone First Responder Program is a specific aspect to our drone usage that recently we have acquired with what we call Live 911, which allows drone operators, and the money that we have here is to be able to backfill those positions so we can have those FTE manning the drones as the Live 911 lets us know the calls for service that are coming in. So when you think about a call for service coming in that a drone operator can hear as the dispatcher is hearing it, we can immediately fly the drone to the location in the event that there's probable cause to believe a crime is being committed. It makes a lot of sense to be able to do that, go from on station within minutes instead of taking us 7 to 10 minutes with a car. In many instances, we can get on scene and see that there's no reason for us to respond at all, that maybe the incident has resolved itself or is no longer there. So we actually save police resources by flying our drones. We have had upwards of 30 captures this year of people that have been apprehended, that have engaged in criminal behavior. As recently as this evening, while you were deliberating on budget, we had a DUI called in, a DUI, which is an intoxicated driver called in. The drone was able to get on station and find the car and follow the car and be able to vector in police resources. And as a result, a 3-year-old was returned to a grandmother after being driven around by their intoxicated parents. So there is a multitude of instances where the Drone First Responder Program and drones in particular, I do think creates not only officer safety, but community safety.
Thank you, Chief. I recognize the intent to pause, any vacancies, but housing support officer program, $1 million. Okay.
We're on motion 4. We skipped 3.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks. EPD volunteers and policing. It was brought up earlier that there's a price tag for volunteering. What does the $360,000 really go toward? Is it personnel overseeing, or is it training? Is it equipment? How does one arrive at a $360,000 line item? And ultimately, could you just describe to colleagues what that program broadly looks like?
Sure, thank you, sir. So the $360,000 is an FTE in the associated M&S associated with that particular FTE. That FTE supports our volunteers, as many as 70 to 75 volunteers at any given time. 14,000 hours of volunteer service this last year for things including graffiti removal, bike path patrol, our downtown, or what we've affectionately known as Yellow Jackets, which are engaging people downtown and being great ambassadors for the city. So that particular number is around the administration of being able to have our 75 volunteers be able to do the good work they're doing in the community.
These volunteers include park checks, vacation checks. As you mentioned, graffiti abatement.
That's
removal.
correct. We are still doing, as big as we've become, we're still doing things like vacation checks. Those volunteers do cold cases and solve cold cases. They do image retrieval for all of our ability to get video and photographs from a variety of retailers on criminal events and investigations that we have going on. So the amount of work of those volunteers is immeasurable.
Thank you, Chief. I think those volunteers deserve our gratitude, at least, speaking as one of many here, my gratitude. I am wholly uncomfortable cutting into the volunteers in policing, the drone program, as enumerated. I think that, with all due respect, that this is a bit of a reckless and dangerous approach. I would strongly recommend a no vote for option 4. Thank you, Chief.
Councilor Clark?
Thank you, Chair. To the maker of the motion, I wonder, Ryan, what does this motion accomplish that Councilor Zelenka's motion hasn't already accomplished?
Well, I'll start by saying I drafted this before I knew there was another one. I do still see value in this one because it is more substantive and gives more certainty to the community. That's the biggest value I see in it.
The reason I asked that question is because I was looking for a reason to support it. I fully support the idea of finding the best way to restore alternative response frankly, in the manner of cahoots. As I've said before and as I voted before, I don't think these are the right funding sources. I think these end critically important services the police officers are doing so that both save lives and save residents immense property crime and heartache trouble, So I'm not comfortable with those sources and would vote no because of the sources you chose. But I was looking for, hey, if this is doing something that Alan's motion didn't already do, maybe there's a reason to vote in favor. But it seems to me, giving greater clarity, this doesn't give me any greater clarity because I know the manager will in fact respond to us as we've asked her to. So I know I have great clarity that she will tell us what our options are with regard to restoring that funding. So I'm probably going to vote no, but thank you.
I have Ryan Konofsky followed by myself in the queue. We're going to take a moment to get a couple hands jotted down. The queue is Ryan Konofsky, myself, Councilor Kaczynski, Councilor Groves, Councilor Ye, Siobhan Cancel, and Zach Mulholland at this time.
Perfect, thank you. My first question, I was wondering if, just quickly on the numbers, was EPD volunteers, that's supposed to be 360 or 306?
We updated the motion when it was made ongoing instead of one time to, it's the 360 is the correct number. So it's 2 years of the funding.
Perfect, I was trying to match the things and it was off, so just double checking on that. To the main motion, and Ryan, I greatly appreciate you trying to find this funding. I don't think I'm ready to support it. I think there's still, questions that we got kind of a clarity on what even any available option would be yesterday morning, and I think that's still, I was right there along with you when you upstarted you're a nonprofit, but I think ones that deal with medical care, I feel like we're gonna take a little bit longer runway than we are ready to start funding. And community engagement, that's one of the ones Councilor Keating, you didn't bring up, but I know that's one personally that has done really important work to help work I know about checking out buildings, making sure they're safe, finding those blind spot areas, really doing the walkthrough and helping your community and spaces understand that there are, where important points are in your building. So I think that's an incredibly important program, along with doing trainings for active response trainings that some frontline staff that especially since 2020 have definitely needed and felt the pressure for that. And then I was curious on the police vacancy funding, how many positions does that restore? I'm curious generally kind of how many hours would that restore as well? Or I'm just trying to get a ballpark about how much capacity that's restoring.
Yeah, so again, we didn't hold specific positions. When I built this into the budget last time for the last biennium, it was based on our current vacancy rate and what we anticipated would the chief be able to fill those given how long it takes to fill, go through training, all of that. Would we be able to do that? And so we took a chance during the biennium and we reduced that. We're adding it back because he's filled a lot of those positions and we're getting very close to being fully staffed. And so if you take the funding away, you're going to be back at supplemental budget, adding it back and reducing something else because we're not taking those positions away. We were just sort of anticipating and trying to use those savings to protect services as long as possible.
Perfect, thank you. I felt like that's where I was headed, but in the motions, it's hard to see that clarity. So I appreciate the clarity, and that is all I have for right now.
Thank you. I want to talk about the expenditure side of this. The key difference between this motion and Councilor Zelenka's is Councilor Zelenka's identifies a 2.2 million number that we came up in-house if we were to provide it in-house, and puts that out as potential funding for us to work on finding a solution to that. Once we figure out where we're at with this, we would then be able to use in the supplemental budget. This one immediately allocates ongoing funds for whatever solution we eventually determine. It doesn't force us to find a solution today, but the funds are there and ready when it happens. The distinction between which of those makes more sense has a lot to do with how soon we think things are going to be ready. And I actually fall pretty close between those two pieces personally. But I want to highlight that since I saw this motion and started looking into it, a huge piece of that question of how close are we is based on the status of Willamette Valley Crisis Care. And as I've been over the last few days trying to understand more about their status and talking to co-founders from that organization, I've found out that where they are is much, much further along than I would have thought possible. There has been just an incredible effort put in by that organization to get to where they're at right now. Where they're at is not that they could put in a bid tomorrow if there were an RFP out right now. The city is also not in a place where it could put an RFP out right now. We're not quite there on either side. But when I look at the pace of progress that I've seen from WVCC, I've gotten significantly more confident that we're going to get there a lot sooner than I previously thought. So I am not convinced that there's any reason to cut any ongoing programs, even without getting into the value of them, to try to provide ongoing funding for something that's not quite ready yet. But I do think this 2.229 number came from WVCC's estimates of 1 year, and I think it's remarkable how close their number is to what we came up with internally for a different version. I think it really affirms that that's the ballpark of what 1 year of this service in our community, this incredibly valuable service in our community, will probably cost. And so I can't support the motion as is, as ongoing funding, but if there's a way to find, if we could, what I've learned in the last couple of days has made me feel that the 500,000 isn't enough for how close to ready they seem to be. So I think I'd love to see a higher number as a one-time number if we could get to something in that vicinity. And that's all I have time for. Councilor Kaczynski.
Thank you. I think in a lot of ways, I see this as somewhat duplicative of the motion we already passed. The language is very, the sort of difference between those is pretty subtle. And I would like to see a more fleshed out proposal of the funding source that, you know, we have the time to go in and say, like, okay, what are the stats on these, that, and this, and the other things, and what are the trade-offs, which is hard to do when it's just the list here for things we haven't asked questions about yet. And the point that I'll make is that the previous motion said bring back the results before the end of October. That doesn't mean that that can't come forward sooner if there's a need to. And so, my hope is that if things move much, much faster than we anticipate, that we would be having that conversation before the end of October. So.
Thank you. Councilor Groves?
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping to get this in a little bit earlier in the process, but the discussion, but I wanted to start with the $1,016,000 number. Is that for patrol, or does it go beyond that? And what I'm trying to get at is, I used to be the fire chief here, and I can tell you when you're running a 24/7, 365 operation, you're either paying employees to fill the position that are part of your staffing levels, or you're paying overtime. And there's a balancing point. I know in fire, we always had anywhere from 6 to a dozen firefighters off on light duty from injuries that they incurred in the line of duty, and that creates vacancy. So that vacancy number and having those funded positions is very important, because people give you 2 weeks' notice if you're lucky that they're leaving, and it's over a year before you have a police officer or a firefighter on the street actually doing the job, and they aren't fully trained even at that point. So I wanted to hit that piece. I'm very sensitive to cutting that. The community engagement unit, as Ryan eloquently stated, I've seen the impact that they've had in West Eugene, in the commercial industrial area. We have lost employers in this town. If you want to talk about working people, we have lost jobs where those businesses have up and left because of the criminal elements and activity and the cost to running the business. And, especially I'll shout out to Janina Rager, who's one of the community service specialists, comes out and she's helped businesses better protect themselves through a variety of things. She's very good at the job, and she's helped reduce crime on the front end, preventing it, which we should be doing. I wish that unit were even bigger. So I can't support this. I think I do support the alternative services. I do support getting something stood back up. We still haven't scoped it out. We don't have a cost. We're basically stabbing at numbers without having any basis to form that on. And I think we're getting the cart before the horse. Now, I'm fully committed to trying to figure this out as we go forward, but we're doing this all backwards. At the same time, I think it's good that we do get some things down, that's part of the discussion that we're going to have. Thank you.
Councilor Ye, please.
Sorry, I was zoning a little. So I want to thank the maker of the motion. I don't think there's anything in our budget that you could have listed here that people would have not said that's important and I don't want to cut it. So I want to start by saying, yes, these things are all important. I can see value in every item that's listed on here. And if it had been library or Green Hill or even our, parking enforcement, like all of these things have value. That's where we're at. Everything in our budget that's left has value to someone. So thank you for giving it a shot and making a stab. I don't think that police funding should be off the table. I don't think that today is the day to make that decision, but it is definitely something that should be taken into consideration, and I have a lot of confidence in our city manager and staff to work with the folks in our community to figure out what we do need, how big that number is, and then to come back to us with some appropriate and responsible ways to find that money. And let's be honest, it's going to be cutting something. Unless we find magic money somewhere, which doesn't exist, we're going to be cutting something, right? So we need to be prepared that those things are going to be things we don't like. But personally, for me, I think that this alternative response is worth it. It's extremely valuable, and it brings so much benefit to our community. So I'm going to vote no, Commissioner Moore, but I appreciate your effort, and I know we're going to be talking about this more.
Siobhan Consell?
Counselor Ye, you took the words almost right out of my mouth. I just want to echo the importance of the alternative response program, and also to what Ryan said about this is an urgent matter, and these people will get other jobs because we need to feed our families and we need to keep a roof over our heads, and it doesn't matter how passionate you are, that doesn't pay your bills. I really appreciate, one thing that I do think makes this motion different than the motion from before is this echoes a lot of the community feedback that we heard about why are we giving 37% of the budget to police and we can't have an alternative response program. So I do think that this highlights that we are listening, and you've taken the time to go through this budget and find items. Like Councilor Ye said, there's going to be something that'll be cut that's going to matter to people. I just really hope that we can figure this out before October, or the council can figure it out before October, and we could really prioritize this alternative response program, because some people don't feel safe with the police, but the only people that they can contact is cahoots. And so having some of these services that are valued for buildings or businesses doesn't necessarily protect the individual. So, thank you.
Thank you. Zach Mulholland?
Thank you. I'm wondering how we're thinking about the police vacancy restoration in light of the last motion that we just passed. It seems like if that's a high likely area that we would be wanting to pull funding from in October to fund alternative response, that it might make sense to delay for a few months hiring into those positions until we have more clarity of if we're going to be using those funds for alternative response or reinvesting in our community safety officers. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I think when council is ready to cut patrol to fund alternative response, we'll reduce our vacancy rate. I mean, you can't have both. This isn't money that's just sitting there. Right now, my direction is hire those patrol officers, continue to provide police services. If we decide at some point that you want to shift that around and do it differently, we can do that, but I wouldn't just, based on this conversation, stop hiring police officers.
Councilor Leach?
Thank you, Chair. I think I love the intent of this motion in that it would allow us to be incredibly nimble in the light of a contract that's ready to be given, but to cut programs that are currently there in order to potentially fund something in the future that we don't really know quite when that is hard to imagine. Last time we were sitting here in this budget committee, we had an amazing presentation about all of our alternative response. And I think a lot of these programs are part of alternative response, more police-related alternative response. And I do want to see that in our community. I do want to see us taking our police department and making it more innovative and not just a traditional response. I want to see community engagement and volunteers and people being involved. I'm not prepared to cut those programs today. How, though, can we, as a city council, if we're ready, if you come to us, say in September, October, and you say we are ready to contract with this group, we are ready to make an RFP, can we, how quickly could we designate, say, reserve funding or create a new revenue source or something to be able to quickly engage with the group when they're ready and when we're ready?
Yeah, so I think, just trying to think of the best way to answer this. So as we evaluate a need across the board, I mean, anytime we have an emergency and there's an emergent need and we haven't a need, so what you're doing with the budget is you're essentially giving me the spending authority for this. And so I would be coming back and saying, we've established a need. One benefit of a biennial budget is we have 2 years, so there's a little bit of flexibility, just like when the University District Hospital closed, we could use some funds up front until we could get additional funding to support it. So I think December is actually a pretty reasonable time to be looking at the data, understand what the need is, and be prepared to put out an RFP and be coming to supplemental. All of this work coming in October, supplemental budget in December, sets all of us up for being able to provide you the data and give you the authority to provide funding.
Yeah.
My only concern is that it's not a lot of time to be looking at the data, but I think it's all lines up pretty nicely.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, this body and our city council body are not able to say there's this one specific group that we would like to fund. That is up to the process that has been outlined already. So the readiness of this particular group, even though I've been engaging with them as well. I believe in what they are doing and their services that they would like to provide. But our job today is not to designate that funding specific to them. We're not able to do that. So I can't support this motion today, but that doesn't mean I don't support the intent. So thank you. Thank you. Is it Commissioner? Is it Committee Member Moore? Thank you.
I'll recognize Wendy for a first round. I have myself and Ryan Kay in the queue for a second.
I was thinking about amending the motion, but I get the sense, I'm not sure if I should, but would it help if, in looking at motion 5, to move to amend the motion on the table to include that the city manager fund the $964,000 for the animal service sheltering contract from the general fund capital transfer to the project funds, in lieu that could replace or help with the EPD volunteers, the community agent, and the drone? I know it doesn't add up perfectly, but is that just putting that out there? Not maybe that's for Ryan too. Or,
I think you would do it on the next motion.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take a second round because I agree, of course, that we wouldn't in any way be making a motion about any specific organization, but I do think that the status that this organization is in right now is relevant to the conversation, and there's a few pieces I didn't get to in my first round. The 3 minutes wasn't long enough. We should start my clock, though, please. So 2 pieces of where WVCC is that I want to highlight and laud are that, first of all, they have identified a potential fiscal sponsor who would be, and in terms of, this speaks to the question of how long does it take to stand up a medical nonprofit. The fiscal sponsor is a medical organization that would be able to provide administrative and operational support. This is per comment that we received 2 mornings ago from one of the organizers, including HR, IT, electronic health record access, Medicaid billing, which is a critical piece of what wasn't happening with the previous version of Cahoots, financial management of grants and donations, access to OHA certificates of approval, and a whole lot of those things that would normally take a lot more time. If the fiscal sponsors board approves them, this brings them a whole lot closer, a whole lot quicker to being ready to go. The other piece is they have commitments at this time from roughly 14 FTE worth of people who have worked for Cahoots previously that have the training and the have been previously background checked. That doesn't mean it wouldn't have to happen again, but like they have people who would be ready to go. I would expect the longer this takes, the more that number could dwindle. So I'm still not supporting this version of the motion, but I want to highlight that level of success from this one group in our community that could potentially be who fills this gap for us, and how much closer that brings them to readiness than I would have thought they could be at this point. And I would like us to be able to do something to signal how quickly and willing we are to work with them in terms of, this goes back to sort of Councilor Leach's question about that nimbleness factor. I want to make it absolutely clear that if our analysis does bring back that we want to work with them, we're ready to go with an RFP when so I feel like the 500,000 currently allocated to transitional response doesn't fully meet that need. I'm not ready to talk about ongoing. I'm not ready to talk about specific programs to cut to get there. If I was, these wouldn't be programs I would want to see on the list anyway, but I do want to get to a place where we can do something more tonight than that one-time 500,000 as a show of readiness and a show of good faith in response to the superhuman efforts that these organizers have put together so far to get to where they are currently at. Ryan Konofsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You took a lot of the words I was going to say, because I think that's one of the things I was reflecting on too, is that the buy-in, right? That if they're going to get stood up, is there a support? And I hear a lot of folks around the table, I don't want to speak for everyone, but a lot of support of, yes, we want to support this. The previous motion showed that, yes, we want to find the way. I think the clock just ran out a little too close to the edge here. But as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, there's a lot of great work that was done, really, really great work in a very short amount of time. And I don't want that to go unacknowledged. So at least from me, and then I hope the organizers do hear that, like the commitment is the will is there that we want to find a way. We do recognize the service, and I know it might not be in the dollar amount hoped, no matter what amount it is, but I think the sentiments around the table are, what I hear is that there is that want and the need to find a way. I don't know if you have a plan to find more funding tonight, but we'll see. But just want to make sure we said that out loud.
We don't have anyone else in the queue, so we're ready to move to a vote on that motion and then discuss extending the meeting. All in favor of the motion on the table, please raise your hands. 2. All opposed? I see 12, so the motion fails 12-2. And it is 1 minute from our scheduled end time. It does get easier from here, but we do need some more time to finish our work tonight. Let's try.
I move that we extend to 9:30. I hope we don't take that long, but I want to give us plenty of time just in case. With a break for 5 minutes.
With a motion to extend for 30 minutes with a 5-minute break. I have a second from Siobhan. Do we have any discussion of that motion? Councilor Keating?
I don't need a break. Let's just power through this. And is anyone not
I'm
drinking
going to
their
jump
water?
in there because we have staff that have been here working for a long time, and we actually are required to take at least a short break for them.
Perfect.
Thanks.
All right, great.
Yeah, let's follow the law and take that break.
Great.
But real 5 minutes this time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, though, will I still have the floor?
Yes, you
Mr.
still
Chair?
have the floor for discussion on the motion.
I would also like to add an amendment to it that drops our 3 minutes down to 1 minute. If we can't say what we need to say in 1 minute.
I don't think we need to amend the motion, but I am amenable to doing that by my authority as chair.
Thank you.
All in favor, we have to actually vote all in favor of the 30-minute extension with a 5-minute break. I think I saw 14, but one of them went down. I saw 13. Okay, thank you. That's why we need to keep our hands up. All opposed, 1 opposed. Count. 13. Yeah, 13-1, and we will be back at 9:05. Everyone at 9:07. We're going to keep on moving through these motions. Hopefully, it does get easier from here. On motion number, what was listed in the packet as motion number 5, this was a joint motion that Ryan Moore and Wendy Simmons crafted. Do either of you still want to make this motion at this time?
Mr. Chair, yes, I will make this motion and hopefully discuss. Move to recommend that the city manager fund $964,000 for the animal services sheltering contract from the general fund capital transfer to the capital projects fund. Funds for the general capital transfer shortfall are recommended to be allocated from marginal beginning working capital next December if available.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Wendy Simmons. Ryan, you may speak to the motion.
Yes. So I think my job here is to give options, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm sorry to keep us here late. This is another option to create is the wrong word, but to free up dollars that we could use for something else. For example, the motion that just failed. This, in a nutshell, is traditionally we have funded this thing, from my understanding, at a marginal beginning working capital, which is, in layman's terms, the rollover funds at the end of a biennium. In this budget, we moved that to ongoing funding. This motion moves the maintenance, the subject of this is maintenance for capital. It moves that back to marginal beginning working capital and frees up those ongoing dollars for another purpose. That's it in a nutshell. Maybe I have that wrong. I'm happy to be corrected.
I've got, for the queue, I have Councillor Clark first.
I was going to ask the question, what does this do that the proposed budget doesn't do, other than it seems like maybe 200 grand more? What's the differential? What's the accomplishment with this motion?
Could I direct respond? I don't know what's in order.
Quickly.
Okay. Like I said, it's to give options. It was you, I think, who said, if there were a different way to accomplish the goal of the previous motion, you might consider it. So this is a different way.
So just a point of clarification.
Sure.
You would already have to modify this, in my opinion. I'll let the city attorney, you can't actually direct the money to the contract. You can direct the money to the service area, and then if we negotiate a different contract and it's higher, we would be able to use that, but you can't actually direct money directly to that contract, which we already funded in the proposal. Okay.
So just to be clear, my question was, we've already agreed on a way to fund it. You're saying you just want to fund it this way because it's different?
So there could be a friendly amendment to change Animal Services Fund to another purpose.
I will probably vote against this without a clear indication of what the utility is, but thank you for the motion.
Zach?
Thank you. I'm having a little trouble following this fiscal decision. Can someone explain this to me in terms of where is this taking money from where that would otherwise be funded? Yeah, can someone just explain this mechanism in a bit more detail?
So I'll explain the original budget proposal. So part of what the direction was from council when we were building the budget is we're continuing to try to actually have a sustainable budget living within our means. And one of the things that we significantly underfund is taking care of our assets and infrastructure, our buildings in particular. We've been stringing it together with 1 year, one-time payments for as long as I can remember, at the same amount I can remember. We should be putting triple this amount in, and it should be ongoing. So this year, we actually made a decision to like, hey, we actually really need to take care of the city's assets. These are the public's assets. So what this motion does is say, we don't actually want to fund those ongoing. We want to wait and see if we have savings at the end of the year. And if we do, then we'll take care of the city's assets. That's what it's doing. And instead of what's already proposed, which is to use the stormwater funds.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you. Councilor Zelenka?
So the history, that was my motion back in the day, about 20 years ago, and the 964,000 happened to be the number at the marginal working capital for that year. So that's why that number just kept going forward. But basically, maker of the motion, this really was almost a counterpart to motion 4 to help fund that in a different way. So it freed up this money to help pay for the things above it, right? But we're not doing that. So is this really, this is, what would we use this money for if we did this then, if we're not doing motion 4?
If there is not will in this room to bring back some form of motion 4 with this as a piece of it, then we can just dispense with it and move on. I don't know how we get a sense of that.
Well, you can withdraw the
I have a
motion
question.
if you want.
Councilor Keating?
I'm all for giving more dollars to our animal services partners. But I'm completely confused when you're talking about moving general fund capital transfer to the capital projects fund. Manager, you explained it. I heard it. Let me try and repeat it. This motion says that at the end of the year, if there's monies left over, then the monies will then go to this thing we say? So the opposite?
It's the opposite. So we were trying to change that behavior, and so the budget has ongoing money for taking care of our capital assets. What this motion does is says, we want to take that ongoing money for capital assets and reallocate it to animal services and make the general fund capital assets a one-time thing every year if we happen to have money left over as marginal beginning working capital. So it's just shifting, it's taking away the sustainable funding for taking care of the assets. And then it's putting back funding for Green Hill, but not really. You have a different plan that has not been discussed yet, is what I'm hearing. So that's. What's that? Correct.
This seems like a risky gambit. I'm pleased with the restoration of the funds that are indicated here. This appears on the surface as an attempt to give slightly more to Green Hill, to our animal services partner, but it's not. I think we vote this down. There's a lot of moving pieces, and frankly, Mr. Chair, I'm enthusiastically champing at the bit, ready to pass the recommended budget that would restore. This is just, it seems like as if it's a bit of a confusing gambit.
So I haven't heard anyone suggest, I think, what the maker of the motion was hoping to hear, which is a recommendation that we amend this to fund something. Unless Councilor Zelenka wanted to do that, I feel like we're probably ready to come to a vote, but I will recognize Councilor Zelenka quickly.
I think the problem this was trying to address is already addressed with animal services. But the big problem with this is the reason I made that motion 20 years ago is because we were funding capital improvements at zero. And this is all we had at that time. So if we took this money and took it out of capital and put it into the general fund for whatever services, then we would be funding capital in the general fund at zero again, which I think is really a bad idea. We're not funding it at even a third, or probably even a quarter of what we really should be funding it at currently.
Thank you. I'm ready to see a vote on this. I don't see any further hands for discussion. And, oh, say it, okay, Ryan.
There has people have not been understanding this correctly. That's fair. It's confusing. This would return us to how it has been done until this current budget. That is how it has been done, from my understanding. That said, I withdraw the motion.
Is it,
This second has to accept the withdrawal, to withdraw the motion.
Yeah, I think we were originally trying to restore funding to help with the previous motion, but yeah, I'm okay with withdrawing the motion.
all right, the motion is withdrawn with the consent of the second. Motion number 6 is not going to be made anymore, so we're up to what was originally numbered motion 7. I see they're getting renumbered as we scratch them out, but the one that was originally labeled 7, now labeled 5, from Zach Mulholland.
Okay, I move to recommend that the $550,000 for downtown cleanup and beautification be spent on downtown and Highway 99 cleanup and beautification.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I think no part of our town is necessarily special. Like, I think that all parts of our town are deserving of cleanup and beautification. That being said, Highway 99 has problems. And a lot of the problems that Eugene has in terms of blight, in terms of businesses being negatively affected by some of the violent behavior they've seen recently. This part of town needs help. It deserves support. People have said it's our front door to our community as you come in from the airport. This part of town looks different than other parts of town. It doesn't look like Eugene. And I think the people of Bethel would really appreciate the city taking some time and some energy to support the good folks that live and work out there, and would appreciate your support on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I did earlier say that I was happy to set discussion at 1 minute going forward, and I didn't mean that, and I forgot to reiterate it, though, so we didn't reset our clocks that way. So if we could please 1 minute of discussion going forward. I have Councilors Kaczynski and Councilors Clark, followed by myself, and then Morgan.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to disagree that Highway 99 and the Bethel neighborhood need additional support and need additional resources. I also feel like this money has been used very effectively in downtown to help with downtown becoming a more welcoming space for a few people. I feel like given the geography of downtown versus Highway 99, this is a comparatively small amount of money when we look at how much programs cost. And I feel like, each dollar is going to go less far along Highway 99, just given the dynamics and the geography and how that space is configured. And so I would not be interested in redirecting the downtown money for that purpose, but would be interested in future conversations about how we can better support our neighbors in Bethel.
Thank you, Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I would ask the manager, my recollection is that during our last council discussion about budgetary items, our council president made this same point very strongly about wanting to see some of that downtown money reallocated to Highway 99. Have you had time to think about the response that you might have made to Councilor Evans at some future point after his comment at the last council meeting?
Yeah, we have actually tried to connect with him on this. I mean, I think we all agree, right? I don't think anybody disagrees that Highway 99 needs some attention, and which is part of the reason we're doing the neighborhood plan. And I think, you'll see that plan in the fall. There'll probably be some implementation items that could potentially coincide with this. So we are looking, met with the Public Works Director earlier this week to talk about how we bring all these things together, this desire for some cleanup and beautification. How do we implement that plan? What is going to be a funding strategy for that? So I think we all recognize there needs to be work there. In the meantime.
So does this motion interfere in any way with what you had planned to respond already?
It doesn't interfere.
Thank you. So I can vote in favor of it because I liked the idea when Greg said it in the first place. All right, excellent.
Thank you. My turn. I'm just going to say real quickly that echo the point about what Greg has said before, and although he couldn't join us tonight for medical reasons, he did email us beforehand emphasizing his support for this specific motion. I share that support as someone who lives out in Ward 6 myself, and also, as was said in public comment, Lynn Woodrich is watching tonight. I imagine everyone who votes no is going to get invited on a tour of Highway 99, which could be really fun. So that's all I have. Morgan and then Ryan Konofsky.
Yeah, and this somewhat ties to my motion coming up regarding the beautification project, but regardless of whether it's 99 or downtown, first off, I think they're very different problems. 99 is a stretch of highway. Downtown is a concentrated area where it's a destination for not just people of Eugene, but for tourists that then drive economic activity that we would hope would be far better than what it is today, given the situation downtown. Having said that, nothing suggests that what we've done to date has worked, because it still is a mess. So as opposed to just spending good money after bad, in either place, let's establish metrics of what they should look like. And let's hold the money, put it back in the reserve, and readdress at the supplemental.
Ryan Konofsky, followed by Councilor Groves and then Councilor Keating.
Thank you. City Manager, I think I heard you say that you're going to develop a plan, so there's no like prioritization list today that exists for these kind of projects, but you're going to work on one? Is that what I heard?
I think what I was trying to explain is we're in the process of doing a neighborhood planning effort in the Bethel area. I haven't seen the results of that, so the results of that are usually when we do these, there's a list of items that are implementable, you do over time with funding. So I'm assuming that conversation, that some of those items that will come out of that will intersect with this desire to clean up and beautify 99 in Bethel.
Perfect, thank you. I would also imagine, thinking about moving funds, and I don't want to get to a place where we, whoever is has the area of need the highest, we could just move around funding to that without any thought or deliberation. So I think in the future, it'd be good to kind of know if there's a prioritization plan or something like that to help us know, yep, this was the top of the list. It's been there for a while. We'll get to that one next, kind of thing. Because I think there's needs across the city, and I'd hate to pick one or the other, but I think having our kind of downtown core as a starting place is a good idea to keep it there for now.
Thank you. Councilor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very sympathetic to the Bethel area. I feel that it's an underserved area. I'm going to support this, but my concern is beautification isn't going to do anything until we adequately address the behavioral problems. The same thing was true in the West 11th corridor until we just gutted it out and with the police addressed the behavioral issues to the point where at least it's under control. But putting a lot of money into cleanup until we get that piece fixed is just going to be money down the drain, because it's the people with the behavioral issues that are making the messes, that are damaging the stores, that are walking in and physically assaulting and threatening people that work or shop in the stores. I mean, it's a much bigger problem than just let's clean up Highway 99. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are pockets of concern throughout the community. I'm wondering, I don't want to half it and then just do a half job. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to encourage the city manager to come back with plans for not just Highway 99 investment for cleanup that doesn't necessarily take away from downtown, but possibly creates an urban renewal district around 99, or explores other tax abatement schemes to encourage investment around Highway 99. Yeah, there's schemes, but sometimes the schemes work. But, my friend in the West Eugene needs these kind of cleanups regularly as well. Campus area, after students move out or after their parties, it's maddening when when we see the community we love and cherish so much be mistreated. And so it's beyond beautification. And I long for more investment. I just don't want to take away from downtown. I hear loud and
Thank you.
clear that my time's up.
Yes,
So
please.
I will just remind you that we did in the last biennial budget, part of this was related to, we did actually make a pretty significant investment in citywide cleanup in the right-of-ways. We have a crew doing that work, and we're spending a lot of time on Highway 99 and other places of Eugene cleaning up. We also put a very concerted effort into downtown, essentially post-COVID, trying to really change the conditions. We hired an incident commander, just like we did for alt response. We reduced that money as part of the budget. This was restoring it one time for downtown, just recognizing it's the economic job center of the city. That said, you're right. I mean, it's, to authorize us to spend some of that money on Highway 99, if there's a need, it hurts downtown because we won't have as much money, and it doesn't make a huge impact, but it's not, if it feels right for the group, I can support that.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands for discussion, so all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and keep them raised. I'm seeing 6 hands. All opposed? I'm seeing 8 hands. The math, once again, is good.
Except that it fails.
The math is good in that we add to 14, not that it passes. Just to double check, though, any abstentions?
Who were the 6 votes?
The motion failed. That motion fails.
I move to extend the meeting by 30 minutes and, no.
We got to finish this motion before we move on to an extension. So you just need to.
I got to the word fails, and you tried to jump in before I gave a number, which was 6 to 8.
But it requires 9 votes to.
Yeah, we would need 9 votes to pass.
Oh,
It got
it need
6.
9 votes to
In the
pass.
affirmative.
Yeah, you need 9 votes. So it fails 6 to 8.
Chair, Councilor Zelenka has asked for you to name the 6 yes votes.
Can the 6 yes votes identify ourselves? It was Councilor Ye, Councilor Clark, Councilor Groves, Ryan Moore, Zach Mulholland, and Typer Zimmerman.
Okay, now I will move to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. We need a break for this one, or are we good?
Nope.
Okay, it's just the 30 minutes then.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Keating. Any discussion? All in favor?
No, discussion.
Oh, that is discussion. I'm, the hand staying up through me, sorry.
Pulled the same
Yes,
scheme
yes.
as earlier. Move to amend to 15 minutes.
Will you?
That's fine, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Motion is to move to 15 after a friendly amendment accepted by the original maker. Any discussion of that? All in favor? I see the familiar 13. All opposed? Councilor Clark. So that passes 13 to 1. And we have 15 more minutes to move on to our last 3 listed motions and our then regular motions at the end. So the motion formerly known as 8 from Morgan Mann.
Yep, and these next 3 motions, I'm just trying to find places maybe we can cut a little bit as opposed to spend more. Now, this, like we just talked about, this motion is really, it keeps the money in downtown. Like I said.
Motion first, please, and then rationale off of if there's a second.
Okay, the motion is to move the recommended city manager. I move to recommend the city manager place $275,000 of the funding for downtown cleanup and beautification into the reserve for revenue shortfall until success metrics are established and evaluated.
Do we have a second? Seeing none, the motion formerly known as number 9.
Yeah.
Morgan, you may make your motion.
Okay, next one, move to recommend the city manager eliminate funding for the Central Services communications one-time funding of $150,000 and place funding in the reserve for revenue shortfall.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Groves. Morgan, you may speak to the motion for 1 minute.
Yeah, so this is something that isn't currently in place today, as I understand it, and is a nice to have, but not a need to have. And when we're undergoing such budget challenges as we are today, we've got to make decisions that are cutting things, not just adding to the budget. So I saw this and recommended we cut.
See Councilor Kaczynski and then Councilor Groves and then Councilor Keating.
This has been a very, very confusing budget season. There's been a lot of misinformation that has gone out. There's been a lot of confusion about what's happening. There's been, as we've been talking about our challenging financial situation, getting good information to the public about what is actually happening has been a challenge that has made the conversation significantly harder. Part of the reason why this money, which was supposed to be ongoing, an FTE, was restored as one-time contract support is because we are going to be continuing to have very difficult financial conversations about how we move into a more sustainable place with our budget. And in order to effectively have those conversations, I think we need to be able to have some support to involve the community and communicate with the community. So I will not be voting to remove this.
Thank you, Councilor Groves.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can somebody speak to what exactly this buys us? I'm not clear what it is.
So we intended to, so that position would have been an ongoing comms position. It's actually in the budget. We hadn't filled it, so we eliminated it as part of the amended budget package. I added back the one-time dollars to do exactly what Councilor Kaczynski just said, which is understanding you're about to tackle this work. I've heard from each of you concerns about the public not understanding what's happening, so it would allow our comms director and team to be able to have resources to either bring in temporary support or contractual work to help support your long-term financial conversation so the public can understand it.
Do we have any metrics that would measure how we are doing with that? I mean, it just seems, I'd like to have a better feel of what exactly they're going to be doing, and
We haven't done that yet. It's a placeholder to recommend, like, hey, I think we're gonna need some funding to do this, and it's one-time funds. Those metrics and what they do would be part of that whole process of what we're doing around the long-range financial plan.
so would this come back to council at some point if it's funded, where when you know what we're going to be using that for, we hear what that is?
But not typically, because we would be just doing that work and contracting and similar to other work we do.
Well, I would submit this budget is not a typical budget. I mean, there's a lot of issues, and you know, people are rightfully questioning where we're spending money.
Councilor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here's a metric. There are 41 people who provided testimony tonight. How many actually referenced the document that we're going to be voting on this evening that we worked on last week? We didn't do it behind closed doors. This was a public meeting, and this was intentional, good work. We hear often around the table how much we need to sharpen our pencil in regards to telling our story and telling our message. This investment helps do that. Do you know our neighborhood associations actually have a more efficient way of communicating broadly with constituents than city councilors do? Guess what platform city councilors have to blast emails to their constituents? They don't. We don't have one. This is a much-needed investment in an era where we are living in a veritable news or information desert. I vehemently disagree with this approach and encourage us to maintain this funding.
Thank you, Councilor Zelenka. Ryan Konofsky, then Councilor Clark.
I just wanted to chime in quickly because I don't know if the second one will be give a chance or not, but I'm not going to support it. Morgan, I appreciate what you're doing of trying to get us to install metrics of what we're working on. I really wanted to let you know I appreciate that kind of sentiment. You're show us what we're doing with the work. So not going to support this, but I did want to say that out loud that I support that direction.
What you said and what Matt said,
Thank you.
both of them.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of this motion? See one, all opposed? Some hands went down before I finished counting.
All the others.
I am pretty sure we had 13, but I didn't actually see them all. We do. The motion fails 1 to 13. And that brings us to the motion formerly known as 10. I again recognize Morgan.
Okay. I move to recommend that the city manager eliminate the $250,000 in funding for the state-mandated planning capacity and place funding in the reserve for the revenue shortfall.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Groves.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, the maker of the motion said a number, and that was not shared with us ahead of time, nor is that what's being broadcast. Yeah, that is what he made the motion. That is correct.
Yeah, it's in the chart that we can't email out to anyone. It was in the original from last week.
Right.
But you didn't, your motion didn't include a number, did it?
Well, I did, but then it was edited out.
So it's the,
Oh, understood. But the motion you read this evening didn't include it.
right, it's 250 annually. It's an annual number of $250,000.
That's correct. And since it was seconded, I can talk.
Yeah, and it's one time. This is one-time biennial dollars.
So that could be used for other things.
Yeah, go ahead and speak to it and confirm, please, that the motion included the number is.
Okay, yeah, so I got that number from our last session last week in this chart. And when I asked a specific question of the planning director last week, if the role was unfilled, what would happen? And what I heard him say was nothing. I mean, there was no fiscal penalty. There was no penalty that the city would incur from the state if this position wasn't filled, and that in fact maybe the state would even do some of the work for us. So as a result, I recommended we not fund this and let the state do it. But I don't even know what it's doing. So.
Okay, it looks like we have our first two are Zach Mulholland, followed by Councilor Kaczynski.
Thank you. City Manager, can you speak to what this position does and what the consequences would be if we were to not fulfill our state mandated planning requirements?
Yeah, it's not a position. So this is funding we put in for a lot of different work that has to happen around urban growth strategies and some of the other things we have to do to continue to monitor our growth and develop and provide the lands we need to develop, along with the climate-friendly, equitable communities, all the different things. So there's a lot of different work. It's mostly, could be some staff support, consultant work. We actually have a higher need, so this is lower. So if you do this and it goes back into reserves, we will be turning around in supplemental budget and asking for it to pay for the staff that have to do the work, or we won't do the work. So, yeah.
And that is work that the state requires that we complete locally?
So it's both things. So there's work that the state requires, and then there's work that we need to do that has requirements embedded in it that we don't have all of the staff expertise to do. So wetland mitigation, all the different kinds of special, it's after 9, so I reserve the right to slur my words without alcohol.
Thank you.
Yes, it's work we're required to do. We don't have the funding to do it without either holding positions vacant or it's just a requirement, which is why it's in my proposal.
Thank you. I will be voting against this proposal for that reason.
Thank you, Councilor Kaczynski.
Thank you. I will note that many of these state requirements that have come down lately have surrounded how do we get more housing in our community. and how do we plan in a way that allows us to have more housing in our community. Also, a lot of the requirements surrounding things like our buildable lands inventory, how do we make sure we have enough land in our community? And that planning work, regardless of whether it's state required or not, is going to be an essential part of how do we get more affordable housing in our community and how do we grow the tax base of our community. And so I feel like saying, let's not fund this work, we may save a small amount of money in the short term and we're going to lose a lot more in the long term. So I am not in favor of this.
Councilor Ye?
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Kaczynski said most of the things I was going to say, but I will also add, I can understand why it's confusing, but also the state doing the work for us is the opposite of what I want to see. I want us making our own decisions as much as possible in our own community, and someone up in Portland or Salem might make a good decision for us, but they might not, and I'd much rather spend the small amount of money so that our community can have a say in how we grow or whatever the topic on the table is. So I will not be supporting this.
Councilor Leach?
Yeah, I concur. Anytime we have the ability to have local control and local authority over what we are, the decision points in our community in terms of growth and land use and everything, that we try to take that control. Having, like Councilor Ye just said, having somebody else who is not accustomed to the particulars of Eugene making decisions on our behalf is usually not in our best interest. So I will not be voting in favor of this, but I do, again, appreciate the desire to find these little pieces to free up some of this revenue. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Keating, and then Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From my perspective, advocating for home rule authority remains a hallmark of any one of my colleagues who serves in leadership, so it's great to hear that echoed around the table. In regards to the state of Oregon paying for these services, I'm not speaking as a state employee, and I'm sure state employees sitting across from me would agree with this assessment. State employees. It's not like the state of Oregon has the resources. The federal budget, or the federal government's cutting into state of Oregon's budget by around a third. We're talking like $14 to $20 billion. We have the talent and the Eugene unique view by which to do this work, and we can and should continue to do so.
Thank you, Councilor Clark.
I will vote no, although I love what you're trying to do, brother. I love the effort that you're trying to do to save money, but I'll vote mostly because I agree with mostly what Eliza said, and the only thing I would add is the only way, I mean the only way, we're going to solve some of the long-term budget problems we have with the city is to grow the tax base. And we can't do that unless we have the planners to analyze which lands we can grow on and which ones would add to the tax base in which particular ways. And so I want these folks to have the budget to do that work so they can come to council and give us good answers for the long-term discussions. So
Hopefully that'll be focused on economic development.
agree, and that's my exact reason for voting no, is because I agree with what you just said.
Thank you. I'm going to take the vote, and then we'll have a motion to extend so we can do our final recommendations to council. All in favor? I'm seeing one. All opposed? 13. The motion fails 1 to 13. Vice Chair Konofsky?
I move to extend the meeting to 15 minutes to 10 o'clock.
Second.
I didn't catch who the second that I heard was. Councilor Keating?
Move to amend to 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to say I don't think we can finish in 5 minutes. We have 2 motions that are going to take that long to read. I would love to finish in less than 15, but if we extend by 15, we'll stop when we're done.
Great, thanks.
So the motion for 15 minutes, all in favor? There was a motion and a second for 5 minutes.
It was ruled out of order. Yeah, he does.
Wasn't quite. Matt, did you withdraw the motion for the 5?
Motion withdrawn.
Did the second with? Okay, all in favor of the 15? We do still need that.
Guess what? I got another vote with me. That's awesome.
I'm seeing
Thanks.
all opposed? Thank you. 11 to 3, that passes. We have 15 minutes left.
You don't see that troika very often.
I will recognize Vice Chair Kanofsky for our final 2 motions.
Okay, I've got this. So I move that the Budget Committee recommend to the Eugene City Council, the 2025-2027 budget for the City of Eugene that consists of the city manager's amended proposed 2025 through 2027 budget that has been modified to include City Council direction from the May 21st, 2025 City Council work session and the city manager's recommended allocation of that funding to raise the stormwater rate to collect an additional $4.7 million annually to fund moving $4.7 million in parks and open space expenditures to the stormwater fund and allocate funds as set forth in the document identified as the modified budget allocation table, including updated property tax levies and/or rates amended to reflect appropriations for prior year encumbrances and the prior year capital projects with the following amendments. 1, move to recommend the city manager include in long-term financial stability conversation by the city council potentially ongoing funding for programs that are currently funded with one-time funds in the city manager's proposed budget proposal, including homeless services program transition, downtown cleanup and beautification, alternative response transition, central services communications, and the sustainability program. 2, move to recommend the city council direct the city manager to investigate how the alternative response program with Cahoots-like services could be provided and identify potential sources of funding for approximately $2.2 million annually, including potentially reallocating existing community safety payroll tax funds and bring back the results before the end of October.
Second.
Seconded by Zach Mulholland. For discussion, I see Councilor Keating.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we extended 15, and it wasn't part of the motion, but it references very clearly this budget document, I think it is imperative that we as a body just make clear what those items were that are in front of us for the viewing public. That list includes animal welfare restoration, alternative response planning chief, the alternative response transition is new one-time dollars, library services restoration, Amazon pool restoration recommendation, Sheldon Community Center recommendation, fully restore, developed park maintenance recommendation, fully restore, parks engagement and stewardship recommendation, fully restore, seasonal and contracted staffing recommendation, fully restore, and these recommendations, these 3 recommendations that reduce 1 vacant FTE and ultimately eliminates 1 position and eliminates 1 vacant position in Office of Equity and Community Engagement. That's the reduce 1 vacant FTE, maintains neighborhood funding and multicultural liaison. Volunteers in policing administration eliminates 1 position, and community engagement eliminates 1 vacant position. I wanted to make those pieces just abundantly clear to the viewing public and those who are here who don't have this document in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Zach Mulholland.
Yeah, I'll just add thank you so much to my fellow Budget Committee members, city councilors, members of the public. It was your advocacy that made it so that we could restore these vital services. None of us wanted to cut these services. That's why the council passed the fire fee to start with. And it was your advocacy, the hundreds and hundreds of emails that convinced the city council to do the stormwater fee that made it possible to replace these vital services. Just thank you so much to all the community members that weighed in to help us get to this final budget, and thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, All in favor? I see 14 in favor. Any opposed? 0. That motion passes 14-0. Vice Chair Konofsky.
Oh, this is better. I move that the Budget Committee recommend to the Eugene City Council, acting as the Urban Renewal Agency Board of Directors, the 2025 through 2027 budget for the Eugene Urban Renewal Agency that consists of the city manager's 2025 through 2027 amended proposed budget, including the property tax levies and/or rates contained therein, amended to reflect appropriations for the prior year encumbrances and prior year capital projects.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Kaczynski. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? I'm seeing 14 in favor. Any opposed? The motion passes 14-0.
And with that,
Thank you, everyone. Do I need to recognize you?
Yes, you
Yeah, I do, apparently. Okay, the agenda says, quick question, Councilor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. Twyla, could the Budget Committee get a clean copy of what all the amendments were to the different motions, just electronically?
Sure, we can send that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is member recognition. Vice Chair Konofsky.
Thank you. I was trying to signal this to Councilor Keating to make sure we didn't cut short on time. We have a tradition with the Eugene Budget Committee as folks do term off, and they are no longer going to be part of our work going forward. This year we have a special one. They're always special, but our chair, Ty Priest-Zimmerman, is going to be terming off, and this is his last Budget Committee meeting. So. Ty, there's an award. For me, you brought me on. You brought us through a lot of years of COVID, and went online and back into person. And you did a great service to the city. And so I just want to make sure that doesn't go unrecognized. Thank you. And the city's better for it. We're all better for it. And from your leadership and the words you added to make this meeting more inclusive. So thank you.
I'll wait to slur the speech until a little bit later. I have wrap up on the agenda and a little less than a minute left, so I'm just going to say thank you, everyone. I could not have done it without everyone here. And what a way to go out. We are adjourned at 9:55 p.m.